Hello, guys. Welcome to the Qatar Masters Open Day 5. And today it's very exciting. But before that, first of all, very sorry for the delay. We were trying to make the live cams work, and I think it's going to be working very soon. So Sagar will be joining us in a very few minutes, and we will also be having the 15-minute delay live cam. So that's the reason it was all getting worked up. But now that we are here and very interesting things are happening on the top board, because we have Magnus Carlsen versus Bharat Subramaniam. So yesterday Pranesh held Magnus to a draw. Today I'm going to take a poll, where, by the way, in the poll most of you got the wrong prediction. And today we are having Bharat Subramaniam with the black pieces. What do you think? What's going to happen? I'm going to put a poll there, but e4, e5. Let's begin. No delay anymore over here. Yes, late OP, so very sorry for that, but I think it is worth because we are going to have the cameras. So that's going to be good. So knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. Magnus goes bishop c4, Italian opening. Bharat goes knight f6. Magnus goes d3. Bharat goes h6 and says already he's not interested in any bishop g5 ideas in the future. Plus, he might be having an intention of g5 in the future. Magnus castles, short castles. As of now, nothing to worry about. g5. Bharat goes d6, protects this guy here, opens the bishop here. So Magnus goes a4, and at this point Bharat here goes. What is the next move which Bharat plays? Guys, where does he push this pawn? g6 or g5? That's the question. And while you're answering the question, we have the bars on our right. Let me just fix them a little bit. Yep. Right. So there we have the bars, and right now nothing very crazy, but Arjun, is he in some opening difficulty? We will check that. Yes, he goes g6. He doesn't go g5, which is another possibility. He goes g6, intends to develop his bishop on g7 and castle. Now in Italian, so this is not the most common line because he's not developed his bishop on c5 there, and we are going to check how many games have been played. But Magnus says, okay, you've not got the bishop here on c5 on this diagonal, trying to control the central breaks. I'm going to very much hurriedly try for d4. So he goes c3 right now. Bharat goes bishop g7. Magnus develops knight b d2 first. Bharat castles. And over here, by the way, Bharat had 1 hour 32 minutes 53 seconds. Magnus is down to 1 hour 23 minutes. At which moment did Magnus actually think, oh, for a4? For a4, Magnus gave a big thought because c3 move order is the main move. And here, if you go g6, can it? No, d4. So this is the main line which Magnus could have played, but Magnus says, okay, you're prepared, I get it. So he goes a4, and after g6, he goes c3, something similar, but with addition of a4, and for bishop g7, he goes knight b d2, and Bharat has castled. Magnus is thinking what to do over here. I think he will still put his rook on e1, defend his pawn on e4, and take it slow. He's thinking, shall we go to the next game? Is this 9 maneuver necessary in Italian from knight d2 to bg3? You mean knight g3? Not necessary, but I think that's kind of a usual thing which you go for. But in this situation with the pawn on g6, I don't think knight f1, knight g3 doesn't look very logical. So let's see. Going to the next game, Nakamura Sindaro. Oh my god, what's happening? Is that Sicilian? Knight c6, knight c3, Sindaro trying to go for close Sicilian. g6, d4, cd4, knight d4, and bishop g7. Bishop e3, knight f6. Guys, which is this Sicilian? What is the name of the Sicilian? Can you all tell me? Everyone writing from different countries. Hello from Greece again. Now I relax and enjoy the games. Of course, you have those blue beaches, so why not? Sicilian. Dragon. Thoda sa change in that dragon. Like it could convert into dragon, but you don't have d6 yet. So this is accelerated dragon as of now. And yes, Juan Sendra. There you go. So this can, if he goes d6, yes, it will convert in normal dragon. But if it doesn't go d6 soon, then it will be accelerated dragon, where you have some other ideas with a5 and a4. Also, you keep this in the hand. So what happens? What did Sindaro play? He goes bishop c4 and controls this d5 point here. You don't have to worry about knight g4 ideas. The queen is there because you've not played d6, so your bishop is not defending that. But I think with knight g4, queen g4, with knight g4, queen g4, knight d4, bishop d4, bishop d4, this should be okay if you take this, but you don't take here. You don't take here, and then you long castle, and yeah, that should be I think better for white. So what black does is, what Nakamura plays over here is castle. Sindaro brings his bishop back, all theory still, and now Nakamura goes d6. So he's gone d6. He's not gone one of the main line, which is a5, a4. And Sindaro continues with f3 after d6, controlling the square and stopping knight g4. Naka goes queen a5 here, pinning the knight. And Sindaro goes queen d2, closing this pin over here. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. Cool. Wow. And there we have the cameras which Sagar just right now said now you can use it. So cool, that's working out. Which scene should we have for now? I'm just checking it. Do we have Carlsen and Bharat? There we have Salem over here. And then we have, who's that? Maybe we can have Sindaro right now. We are looking at his game. So for a while we can have Sindaro. So bishop takes d4 was played. It's a dinosaur. It's yes, that was Sagar. Okay, so bishop takes d4 by white, and Nakamura still has 1 hour 31 minutes on his time. He continues with bishop e6. Yeah, he continues with bishop e6. Okay, so the bishops are challenged. Sindaro has to decide whether he wants to do long castle, he wants to do short castle. Long castle is the main line, but he is thinking. Maybe he did not expect, or Nakamura must have played a lot of dragon games. So that's another thing we have to check with Sagar in our ChessBase reference. What has Nakamura played this before? So Sindara, while he is thinking, let's go to Narayanan versus Gukesh's game. Do we have them on the camera? Let me have a look in a moment. Okay, maybe I'll have this for now. So let's go to Gukesh's game. He is black. SL is having a very, very good tournament. D4, knight f6 by Gukesh. C4, e6, knight f3, and he goes d5. So could go bishop b4 and could convert into Ragozin. Let's see, knight c3. He goes knight bd7. No, he's not developed his bishop there. He's playing simple. C takes d5, e takes d5. Some standard moves we are looking at. Bishop g5, pinning here, threatening knight takes d5. Bishop b4, stopping your opponent's threat and pinning in return. Knight goes to d2, once again reviving the threat of knight d5 because there's no more a pin. But knight d2, this is very unusual what I am seeing right now. And SL is actually preparing really hard. But Gukesh loves original chess, so it must not be a big problem. He goes c6 here, says, okay, I got it, you've attacked, and finally I'm defending this. E3 by SL. Now he's ready to develop this bishop on the most standard diagonal over here with E3. And this is what Gukesh does. He directly goes knight f8. No castle for him yet. He's going to maybe attack this bishop first. So bishop d3 by SL. And Gukesh develops his knight to g6, not e6. He says, no, I really don't care about your bishop here. But maybe can I play h6 later? Because your bishop, wherever it goes, I can take. The problem is with h6, you will have to be very alert for bishop g6. But what he has essentially done is he's improved his knight position there. And his bishop is open, so he's delayed castle until now. So after knight g6, SL castles. Gukesh also castles. And SL Narayanan here plays a3. And look at Gukesh's time. Why is he having 1 hour 30 minutes in a position which is not a very, it's a very standard, like very, natural moves, logical chess they are playing. But if you ask as the mainstream theory, it's not like that because you have played knight d2 and the move orders have been different. So it's not that, but Gukesh is playing really fast here. Maybe one of the thing is that either sometimes, your opponent can come under time pressure. That's when you play fast. Or for Gukesh, he has a setup in mind which he's very, very clear and wants to go for that. So that is something we will understand what he has in mind. But a3 for now, and he has a question where to take the bishop. In fact, a question for all of you guys. Okay, just understanding your perspective. What are you going to do with the bishop? Are you going to take here? Are you going to go back? Are you going to go on d6? Or are you going to go on e7, not wanting the pin here? So you have 4 choices. What will you play with the black pieces? And let me check if our chat moves are, yes, our chat moves are working. That's cool. Guys, write the full thing, bishop e7 or bishop a5, bishop c3. So that way, do we have the bars? Yes, we do have the bars. Gukesh's name is out of the bar because I think SL Narayanan's name is quite long. And what I'm going to do is, this is a nice angle. There we have Anish. Oh, nicely zoomed in on Anish Giri over there. Okay, so bishop d6 is the winner. People are choosing bishop d6, then bishop e7, then bishop a5, and bishop c3. Nobody wants to exchange the bishops there. So if I show you the chat chess moves, This is the current voting. Bishop d6 wins. We will see what Gukesh is going to play. But, oh, he did play bishop d6. Oh, did you guys know or you were not aware? But bishop d6. Vasu says bishop a5 because he wanted to go bishop c7 later. Okay, Vasu. That is also, but your bishop as of now is not doing anything. So the problem could be queen comes to f3 and white starts putting pressure here very quickly. And if you go bishop c7 now, you might not like your structure here. That could be a problem. So that is, I think, the slight issue there. But you goes bishop d6, and now my question is, couldn't white have gone queen f3? But the answer is yes. You might think Abel mujhe maar, but I can now go bishop e7, and I don't mind making another move. You know, it's like I don't mind making another move because now the question is to your queen, what are you planning to do over here? You really have, you know, nothing here. There is a barrier. My king is very, very safe. So you're not worried about it. So bishop e7 going earlier wouldn't make sense because you don't need to really get out of the pin. So bishop d6 and SL goes f4. Now this seems like a very, very intense preparation by SL, because let me take you through the top very quickly. Standard moves, yeah, he played bishop g5. He develops his bishop. All those who don't like opening, maybe this is something to consider. Look, he goes back with his knight. Okay, now he simply develops like e3, bishop d3, castle. And after castle, he uses the thing with, because there was a bishop over here, he kicks it away. And he simply pushes the pawn to f4, and that is the follow-up plan with after knight d2. So in this case, after f4, the knight which is on g6 is definitely going to be questioned. Where is it going to go? f5 is incoming. You don't have knight h4. You don't have knight e5. You will going to e7 again with the pawn on f5. What is your knight going to do? Plus I'll have bishop f6. So that seems scary. Like what you feel is going here and going knight f8. That could be an idea, but it's very, very passive. But what Gukesh does instantly is he's not thinking much. He says h6. Where is your bishop going to go? Do you have time to play f5? No, because f5, you attack this, hg, fg, fg, and very, very surprisingly, this position over here is better for black. What is black's best move here? What is black's best move? And that is, the hint is, look at white's weaknesses. Oops. Why is the mouse going crazy? Guys, now please write your move again if people had written before, because black to play. Anonymous says there are two Nadirbegs. They are not the same. Yes, neither they are twins. Tejas Kumar is saying, why is Nadirbeg playing two games simultaneously? Nice. That's Van Forest Jordan there. Who else do we see? Oh, that is interesting. Karthik versus Nadirbeg. Okay, what's the answer? With a clear-cut margin, the move is winning. People are alert. Absolutely right. The answer is knight g4, found by 11. Not 11, it's found by more people, but the name is 11. 11 Dwaj, Arjun, Arav, Saumik, Mr. Gamers, Saleh Vandhan, KRP, Venkatesh, and Arihant. Absolutely well done there. This is the right move, knight g4, and the whole thing what you're pointing is at e3 and h2 weakness there. So knight g4, a double attack. So black is clearly better here. Don't just look at these doubled pawns there, but you are yourself losing a pawn. So that's after h6. What white couldn't do is to go instant f5, but he takes the knight and bishop takes f6 and queen takes f6. And now he says, yes, you do have double bishop advantage. But maybe one of the diagonal, either this or this, I'm planning to close it for you. So no entry. So here if SL plays f5, closing the diagonal for this bishop, attacking this knight, the knight has to decide where it goes. And maybe I'll ask the chat a quick question. If black goes over here, knight h4. Mouse ko kya ho raha hai? Yeah, if black goes knight h4, that's a blunder. White to play. Oh, battery low, 5%. Battery कहाँ से लाने का? If black goes knight h4, wow. So the question was, if you go knight h4, what is the move? And look at the bar, very, very giving great advantage for white. And let me look at also the answers which people have. Update क्यों नहीं हुआ है भाई? हाँ हुआ है हो रहा है. Oh, sub blow. 100% people for the move g3. Like 100%. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let me go there. Let me go to the chess board and play their move g3. And now guys, how do you feel? All those who had mentioned the move g3 बड़े confidently, अरे ये क्या सवाल है, g3 आ रहा है, come on. But हो गया ना पचका. The whole evaluation is changing guys. So sorry too. Let me read the names. कभी कभी ऐसे भी तो नाम पढ़ना बनता है ना यार. Digitology, Arjun, Pallavi, Akila, Dwaj, Omar, Tanay, Arav, Saumik, Tejas. Okay, when I had mentioned 100% people for G3, तब तक nobody had given these this queen G4, queen H5 or any other move. As soon as I mentioned that's not the right move, yes, you all started thinking that's cool. So G3 wouldn't have worked because of G3 is not working and my mouse is not working. I will need Sagar Shah very soon. But yes, because of queen G5 and you pin here and your knight is not trapped. Trapped is a perspective. यहाँ पे he doesn't need to go anywhere. यहाँ पे there is a threat. There is a sack happening. You can't defend this pawn and this pawn and you might go queen e1, but your queen is no more on this file where it will be under pin and you simply collect the very, very critical, beautiful, handsome f5 pawn over there. So ये work नहीं होने वाला है. So not g3, but the move was absolutely right. Queen g4 gives you an advantage, a big advantage there. Next you are going to go rook a1 and this knight is not going to be doing anything there. So e4 is coming with the threat of e5. You will have to take. The knight is jumping here, attacking this. Okay, so this is going to be devastating. So after queen f6, if you know, this is an important moment. Will SL play f5? Will he allow something? Will he calculate properly after knight h4 what the assessment is? Or will it be a little intimidating thinking that all the pieces are coming on the king's side? That will determine what he will play. But for Gukesh, if his opponent plays f5, then important is he should not go knight h4, but he he will have to find one of the two moves, one of the two important moves. One is knight e7, a very simple move, just saving your knight there and keeping a pressure here, but your knight is not all the time going to be under pressure. But the other move, what is the other move, which is very, very, very interesting, black to play? Let me just see if you all are able to think. Black to play. Yes, Itachi, that is. The Seeker asks, is there going to be Carlsen versus Nakamura in this tournament? The Seeker, if you are seeking it, it will happen maybe. So, oh, there we have on the screen Bharat Subramaniam versus Magnus Carlsen, and that is S. Nitin, by the way, who just walked past. Oh, Nihal Sarin. Nice, nice. This is cool. We should go to Magnus' game again. But what have people said? What are the answers there? Shall I just have a look at it? Queen h4, knight e7, knight f4, knight e5, queen g5. And एक banda, Kaushik Jegadison. Absolutely right, Kaushik. Well done. That was not an easy move at all. So it was very, very tough. The move is queen g5. And if you take f takes g6 here, the point is LPDO. Guys, LPDO. 100 times Sagar mentions. Keep in mind, mantra. It's the mantra. Queen e3 check, king h1. You collect this piece over here. And if rook f7, king f7 is also fine. In fact, you could also consider king h8 and grabbing this guy later. So queen g5 would be a nice counter-attacking move which black can have for f5. So that's the reason for SL he has to, calculate not just knight h4, but a simple move knight e7 plus something very, very concrete like queen g5. And that's the reason if SL goes f5, that will show a lot of his confidence. And it's also a psychological battle here. So we will wait for SL's decision. I believe it's an important moment. And if he doesn't go f5, then Gukesh is going to block it, and he's going to, put the cap on the bottle and say, ki, no, now you can't drink the water. So queen f6 by Gukesh, very interesting position we have on the board. Going to Magnus Carlsen versus Bharat, after bishop g7, knight b d2, when Bharat castled, Abdusadar queen sacrifice. Oh, okay. Yes. After castle b4 was played and Bharat goes king h7 with a long thought. He thinks for around 17 minutes and goes king h7. What is his idea? What does he plan? He's removed the king from the pin over here with the ideas maybe even knight h4, knight g6. But is he going to plan for a future f5? We will see. But we should look at Northerbeg's queen sacrifice. Shall we take it from the beginning? E4, C5, Sicilian. Wow, open Sicilian. Karthik goes for knight off, bishop g5, knight bd7. Oh, that's not a very... knight off, sorry. I mixed dragon there, but knight bd7 he played. Bishop c4, queen b6. Now it's poison pawn, or what, you would want to capture b2 or not. The bishop b3, white says no, bishop b3, e6, bishop takes f6. That's all theory here. Anish in fact has played this with white. Knight takes f6, queen d2 by Northerbeg. They still have, you look at their time and you just get it. This is all preparation. Until which point are they prepared? Karthik, 1 hour 32 minutes 33 seconds goes knight c5, rook h e1. So white, look at his development. Rooks in the central open files, castle, long castle, knights very well placed, bishop on this diagonal. Of course, it will be chopped off, but now ready to maybe improvise his position. King goes there, and maybe he's going to go f4. Let's see. Bishop d7. Oh, knight f5. Nadirberg is like, I am attacking you, so knight f5. If you take ef5, what's the problem? What's the problem for ef5? Actually, normally when you go knight f5 and you're deflecting, the idea is to jump and attack the queen, which is generally or c7 on c7 or b6. And in this case, you can't go queen a5. You can't go queen b5. It would be a big blunder. Big blunder because of the fork, family fork. And you could go queen c6. And now there is a check. So once again, you can't go bishop e7 because you will lose your piece. King d8 you will have to make. And this is more like playing with compensation, which Nadirberg is ready for. So that's a very cool sacrifice. Knight f5, already threatening to win a pawn on d6. Black says, Karthik says, alright, long castle, I don't really want to get into the business of taking your piece and all. So long castle, and he's given a pawn or what? Knight d6, bishop d6, queen d6, knight takes b3 check as an intermezzo, a takes b3, and here he recovers the pawn. What is the move he plays to recover the pawn? Just let's see if you're alert. And on no, I have not skipped any game. I just got the news that Nadirberg has given a queen sacrifice, and that's why we rushed over here to check the queen sacrifice, because queen sacrifice is generally always interesting. So we will be looking at all the games. Yes, Arav gamers, Dude, Arjun, Rajiv, all of you are very alert. The queen on b6 was attacking this here, and after queen d6 there's no defense here. So queen f2, rook f1 there. Once again you see f7 could be weak. The queen gives a check, king goes to b1, and can you still have a look at Nadirberg's time here? 1 hour 32 minutes after 18 moves, and doesn't look very common. So all of this sacrifice was his preparation. Karthik is down to 1 hour 30 minutes. Karthik goes bishop b5. Nadirberg takes the bishop. Okay, one question is, you don't have anywhere to move your queen. Like, if you move your queen, the problem is you are losing your exchange. So you don't have time for that. So he takes here, knight b5. But look at his time. 1 hour 32 minutes 31. In fact, he doesn't even think. He thinks for 2 seconds and makes this move, knight b5, rook d6, knight d6 check, king goes to b8. And I am going to guess how much time he would have thought for the next move. Now he has 1 hour 32 minutes 55 seconds. Maybe he thinks for 10 seconds. Let me guess this. 10 seconds. No, I was wrong. 40 seconds. He thinks for 40 seconds, and he takes rook takes f7. Rook on the 7th rank. b7, another weakness. A beautiful knight here. The knight supports this pawn. This rook defends this knight. This knight defends this rook. King defends these pawns. This pawn defends this pawn. So only thing which is loose right now in white's position are 1, 2 and 3 guys. For a while you have to be just alert for them. Otherwise everything is fine. And also until here we already have one game which was played where Shahil Dev was black. Adam Fauzi versus Shahil Dev, which is very interesting. After 20 moves, rook d8 was played by Karthik. Now Karthik is down to 1 hour 5 minutes, and Nadirberg finally has started thinking. Does it mean that by the way, one more thing. Rook d8 is a beautiful move found by Karthik on the board. He took 3 minutes, not much time here, because otherwise there is a threat. Rook b7, knight b7, these are the threats. You just feel a little intimidated there. And while looking at the loose pieces, let's say this was a very natural idea to attack the rook, also to attack the g2 pawn. It's a double attack. And what is the best move for white in this position? Guys, not easy. Just stay alert. White to play. What is the best move here? Socho. Thoda sa socho. For all those who do not understand English, maybe time to learn a new word. Socho means think in Hindi. Oh, Kaushik says SL did not play f5. Now that's the news. Thank you. We will go there. Rook d3, rook d f1, rook b7. Oh my god, I'm getting a lot of moves. What I'm going to do with the mouse is not move it too much because the battery is 5%. Does anyone have an idea that generally a mouse battery of 5%, how long can it work? Okay, now I'm gonna check the answers there. Wait a second. Ooh, too many candidate moves, which just shows that there is a lot of chaos in the chat. Confusion. बहुत सारा confusion है. Rook d3, rook b7, rook d f1, rook f1, rook d4, king c1, rook g1, rook g7. भाई rook g7 जिसने मारा है, king c1 जिसने खेला है, नहीं king c1 में ठीक ही है, ये मर रहा है. Okay, not bad. So rook d3 and rook b7 would be your suggestions. But the point is, if you go rook d3, queen e1 check, king a2, and please don't feel bad. There is a perpetual here. Queen a5, queen e1, शांति में गेम खत्म, घर पे जाओ, टाटा बाय बाय, tomorrow rest day, evening rest day, party, मजा आएगा. That's done. So that's the draw there. If you go rook d3, I'm sure white wouldn't be happy, or white would be happy. I'm not. Maybe both are happy. Mutual happiness. So rook d3 को वो हो रहा है. If you go rook b7 check, that's possible. Rook b7, king a8, and now you try to save the rook. That is definitely possible. But the reason, it's a very interesting, it's a tough position. I'm saying it's a pretty tough position because for queen e2, white is actually able to get advantage. Now this is tough to assess because अपन बोलेंगे कि अरे rook d3 draw तो है, ठीक है ना, it's fine, you have sacrificed a queen. But then what's the point of the sacrifice which doesn't give white an advantage? He would have rather played a complicated game there. So the right move is rook d4, and how many? Omar, Abhibhav, Angel, Rajiv. Very well done. Matlab absolutely well done. So that's the right move, rook d4. But we've still not understood why. Vishesh says 5% mouse battery is enough for me to blunder my queen. Yeah. दिमाग की भी बैटरी होनी चाहिए ना. So why is this move giving white an advantage would be an interesting question there. Because if now you give a check, king a2, and you try to give a perpetual, the difference is you can't. You can't give a perpetual. My rook goes to a4, stops all your threats, and let's say you go queen d2 again, trying to attack here, you are going to be checkmated in one move. Rook a6. So you see, after rook d4, the whole idea is very concrete. It's rook a4, it's rook b7 check, and it's checkmate. That's the whole idea. So very cool. Very cool move. Rook d4. Anybody could fall for something like this, because suddenly at from this point, this rook is reaching here and already threatening a mate. So the Karthik finds it and plays rook d8, pinning here, because d4 is controlled, and if you give a check, there is king a8 with the threat of rook d6 and capturing the rook on b7. And let's say you say, I want to be greedy and win another pawn. A very, very simple move here. Black to play and wins. Black to play and wins. What's the move? Oh, Guki blundered. No, Guki can't blunder. But this is the last question for this game and we will be shifting it. But Karthik is really playing well. Is rook df1 good? Yes, queen f4 and queen c5, both moves will be good, because the point is there is a pin and you are winning the knight. So oops, rook d6. So that's why you will win a piece with one of the moves. Okay, so this is very much in control. Karthik's last move has put Northerbeg in thought, and we will see where this goes. Going to I just want to check if Gukesh really has blundered. No, I don't think he's blundered or anything. But f5 was not played. So Narayanan actually did not go for all these crazy calculations. He went for a simpler idea, knight f3. And Gukesh, he actually did not go for anything like bishop f5 or going back knight e7 with the idea of bishop f5. But instead, he went bishop g4. But Gukesh did have this nice move, rook e8, bishop f5 or knight e7. He goes bishop g4, which is okay, not really bad or anything. Narayanan plays queen c2. A standard place for this queen, you can say. And Gukesh makes a very interesting choice of giving up of his double bishop, and he takes the knight. Oh, okay. So he is worried about the knight in some way, like he would not want it to be going to e5. That is the reason he takes the knight and SL takes with the rook. Now SL slightly better there with this bishop, and this bishop is currently blocked, but black has a clear-cut plan, maybe doubling on the e file there, rook, and putting pressure on this e3 guy. You can't easily play e4 because d4 will become weak. So this position is very interesting and far from just saying that white is clearly better, but white definitely has a slight edge. I would say that bishop f3 was a little bit early. The best would be to go over your bishop f5 or knight e7. Okay, what's up with Arjun's game? Because Arjun is playing with... Ooh, how have they reached this position? Please, Magnus game. Okay, maybe we can look at this whole game from the beginning. It looks very interesting because I believe Sagar should be joining us very soon. So let's go to Magnus's game, because after king h7, Magnus thinks for 8 minutes and goes rook e1. Defends this guy. Is he ready for d4, or what is he intending? Because I like this thing with Bharat. He had started with king h7, where his idea would be to go knight h5 and f5. So if knight h5 is played, the first thing is you can't go d4, because the difference is with this bishop, with this knight and a pawn is you still need some preparation. So you can't play that immediately. But black has a plan. He's going f5. He will also have knight f4 ideas in the future. There could be bishop g4. Oh, this is going to get extremely interesting after a while. Right now rook e1, and Bharat is thinking. It all depends on what plan Bharat is going to be doing. So yeah, still balanced. Okay, let's go to Arjun's game anyway. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5 and g3 by Rinat Jumabayev. It's Catalan there. Or maybe we are seeing all the games with white, so maybe just that is easier. Bishop g2, castle, d takes c4. So white is basically going to try and get the center control. So b5, a4, busting the structure here. b4, this line with b4 and all, black has to be extremely careful because one mistake there and white will get an advantage. So here Arjun goes b3. It's his preparation. He's having 1 hour 33 minutes. Queen takes c4 by Jumabayev. Bishop a6 by Arjun. You can see there is an X-ray over here. Queen takes b3. Arjun develops the knight and doesn't take the pawn on e2. Yes, he could have taken, that was a possibility, but he develops the knight to c6 and keeps an eye over here. And as we saw, he's intending rook b8 as well. Queen goes back to d1, defends e2. Rook b8. Just, you have given this pawn, the b pawn. In return, you have got this open file. Why not take it? And look at what Jumabayev plays here. Knight b1. And he's already down to 49 minutes. Arjun is having 1 hour 33 minutes. So that is like huge amount of preparation there by Arjun. Yeah. Okay. So rook b8 and Jumabayev goes knight b1. What does he want? Maybe he wants to go knight c3. But also knight d4 is threatened because no more any pins on a8 over there. So that is, he can't go e3 because this rook is hanging. So it's not so easy to, defend. There is definitely good compensation. Knight b1 he goes, and Arjun plays rook b4 after not much thought, just 3 minutes of thought. Rook b4. He's attacking d4, knight d4 is definitely a threat. You can't stop it. I mean, you can play e3, but after bishop f1, you don't have enough compensation. I mean, black is okay. You do have some compensation, but that's not enough. Black is anyway better. So Arjun has a nice position. Knight c3 played by Jumabayev with 43 minutes. Arjun is having almost 45 minutes more on his clock, and it's only 14th move. So great preparation shown by Arjun with the black pieces. Time to take this pawn. Not to delay it further, just taking this pawn. We might enter into something like this. You would not want to exchange the queens. Rook d4, queen c2, and we might land up over here. So let's see what happens with Arjun. He has got a nice opening this thing. Going to Northerbeg's game, after rook d8, Northerbeg goes king a2. Okay, that's a good move is found, getting out the king from this last rank. What about Gukesh? We saw after rook f3 he goes rook f e8 and king h1, and now we will see as we maybe he's going to double the rooks here. What other games are going on, guys, which is interesting? No, I don't think stream is frozen. Stream should be fine, right? It's not like, oh, there we have Arjun. Can I try to do a full screen? Oops. It's a little bit. Arjun is thinking. That's Sindaro. And there we have Nakamura on the screen. Is it his move right now? Shall we just have a look at Nakamura? Oh my god, they have gone into a lot of exchanges. Lot of exchanges there after long castle, because bishop e6 was the last move. Magnus, guys, Magnus we did see, because last move he has played rook e1. Oh, rook e1. Knight h5 has been played by Bharat. So he is very clear. King h7, knight h5, f5. After that, Magnus goes for b5, kicks this knight away first. The knight goes to a5. That's a good move, because you might think, oh, why is the knight not going to e7, where you want to play f5 and this knight is in the attack? That does come as the first question, but a powerful move here is after b5, d4. D4 incoming very strongly, and if you go f5, there is take, and the bishop comes from here, pins the knight. So this can get a little weakening with e5 and rook here. So this can be very, very dangerous for black. So he goes knight a5. Now the point is, if you go d4, the first thing I'm doing is collecting your light square bishop. And d4 suddenly doesn't seem so powerful without this bishop. Yeah, that's the first thing. So knight a5, a very, very alert move by Bharat. And he's found it. Magnus is thinking, what will he do? He might take his bishop back, because you wouldn't want to give up this bishop. So bishop a2 looks like the natural idea. Bishop a2. Bishop a2. Everyone crowding at Hikaru's game. So this is Magnus, guys. He is thinking, and we are expecting bishop a2 on the board. Going to Nakamura's game. Yeah, we will quickly see what really happened after b5. King b1, a prophylactic move with normally one of the typical ideas with the queen on a5, queen on d2 and knight on c3 is a discovered attack. Knight d5. Because you don't have queen d2 with a check to the king, and what happens is this knight gives an intermezzo check when you take the queen, and you will win a pawn. So king b1. So Nakamura goes b4, knight e5 anyway, bishop d5, ed5, queen b5. So a point is, you can't take on d5 because bishop g7, king g7, and you will lose the piece over here. So knight d5 doesn't work. It's a massive, massive blunder. So queen b5 he plays with the clear-cut idea of a5, a4. Sindaro goes rook e1, doesn't really care about a5, attacks this e7 guy. a5 played by Nakamura, and the attack is just looking too strong. So Sindaro says, I want to exchange the queens. Time to do that. Nakamura says, yeah, no problem, dude, because if he, let's say, goes back to b7, then queen e7, white wins a pawn, plus once again challenging the exchange. So there's not much where the queen can go and avoid the exchange. Maybe if queen b8, then I just now stop this guy a4, and it's a beautiful bishop there. The pawns are stopped. Clearly better for white. A very, very nice idea. So queen e2, queen takes e2. Naka is still prepared with 1 hour 30 minutes. Rook e2, and he goes a4. Only square for the bishop. Bishop goes to c4. Rook goes to c8. Attacks this. So again, no time to take this pawn on e7. The bishop goes to b5. He went bishop b5. Maybe a stronger move was recommended, which was b3 and not moving the bishop, but bishop b5, rook a5. Once again the bishop is attacked, completely getting attacked again and again. And important is that, let me ask all of you a question. Very simple question, but without making a move, let me ask you, if white goes bishop c6, then why is it a blunder? Why is the move bishop c6 a blunder? Bishop d5 would have simplified the position instead of ed5. Uh-huh. Yes, Rajiv, Shubhi, Jhumka, Aroha, Sumit, Arnav, gameplay. Yes, that's right. It's knight d5, and after rook a5, you can see two attackers. So knight d5. And you might think earlier this bishop g7 was happening, because if you go king g7, then there is a disco, so you lose a piece. So here is important that you don't take this bishop, but you take this bishop, and now this is defended. This bishop has to move back, but you've lost a pawn. Yeah, you've lost a pawn, plus this is defending e7 as well. So you have to be constantly alert. So rook a5 was played, bishop f6 by Sindarov, and he is saying that I am going to go into opposite colored bishop. Now he goes bishop c6, defends this d5 guy very strongly, but Nakamura says, okay, opposite colored bishop, I am ready for that. a3, and look at this guy, laser sharp vision over there. He's like 80 years old, but he has no specs and nothing, and he can read very little alphabets from far. So a3, what do? You will have to either go b3 and say, okay, forever, my last rank, my back rank is weak and it just looks very ugly, I don't have a break here. So that is one move which, if you want to do, you just don't feel good about it, right? What else? Sindaro goes c3 in the game. Very interesting. Question is, how is he not losing a pawn? Takes, and bishop c3. But no, because at the end, you will lose e7. So let's say if we are looking at, oh no, but if it's not about losing a pawn, but it's about losing your king. So that would be gone. Rook b8 check. Where do you go? If you go here, it's a checkmate in one move. Bishop c3, tan all over. And if you go king c1, anyway, bishop c3. And this is the point about opposite colored bishop, that my bishop is active. So as good as I am a piece up. So black clearly better. So very alert. And Sindaro actually very nicely finds this move c3. Because after b takes c3, a question to all of you, what did Sindaro plan? What did Sindaro had in plan? White to play. It's important to find the best move. What did Sindaro plan? Okay guys, socho. So I would say, maybe it's not too much of a difference there, but two natural moves. One is b3 and one is b4. And b4 is a very classy move. Yes, b3 is also good, but this would be a tough decision, whether b3 or whether b4. It would be a very tough decision on the board. But b4, look at this move, beautiful move, very classy. The point is, you can also get king c2, king b3. So you have vacated this square over there, and that is the reason b4 is way stronger, where it is in fact black also having this bishop on c6. In future you have these ideas. So in fact it is black who will need to be more careful, as his pawns are closer to the king there. So b4 will be very powerful, and that was the main question. B3 is fine too, it's fine, but practically B4 will have very solid chances. So C takes B. What happened in the game was Naka went rook B8. He did not take here. He did see B4. He did not like it. So rook B8 and Sindarov here takes on B4. Sindarov is actually playing very well. Rook takes B4 and now he must go B3. B2 was hanging and right now Naka goes rook c5. So yeah, it's an opposite colored bishop with this pawn here, with the king slightly kind of not very comfortable, but managing. This being defended. The bishop is on c6, but literally doing nothing as of now, defending the d5. But at some point, if this pawn is able to get there, then this bishop is beautiful. So we have to see how Sindaro is going to keep finding the best moves, but the easiest way could also be to just simply exchange the rooks. So rook c2 or rook c1 could be an idea there. Okay, so I think if Sindaro plays like he has played until now, he should be able to hold Nakamura. Let's go to no n percent. अच्छा इतना सारा n percent क्या चल रहा है? Oh, n percent coming then. That's what everybody thought. Okay, I never got this question, but very interesting. Where we were looking at this c3 and after b4. No, guys, there's no n percent because if your pawn was on c4 or a4, ek piche, then there would have been en passant. But with this, there is no en passant. Yeah, it's a very interesting confusion which can happen to people who have just started playing chess. Nice. Good one. So rook c5. Let's go to Magnus's game. Wow. Magnus did defend his bishop. He went back to a2. And now, Bharat says, I don't have patience. I have done everything I could. I have. I went king h7. I went knight h5. Prepared everything there. And now I am very hungry. Yaar, khana de do koi. So he's like f5. The food still need to boil a bit. It's still raw. But he says, no, I'm going f5. And the point is, Magnus takes the pawn. But the very first question would be, Magnus, could he have played d4? That would have been very much... wait a second, let me also check if... there we have Magnus. There we have Magnus on the screen. Nakamura watching. Actually, many people are watching his game. Let me see if I am able to make it a little clear for you. Okay, no, he's now walking. He's made his move. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back here. Bharat is thinking. Oh, hello. But you only started.
Hello. Welcome everyone. How are you, Amruta?
Sagar, lot is happening. Too much.
Too much is happening today.
Yes.
because tomorrow is rest day at the Qatar Masters, so players will be coming with full energy today. And by the way,
And are you here with full energy as well?
yes, absolutely. Uh, do we want to flip this board or?
Actually, today when I was going to different games, finally I was like, okay, let's have everything white on one side. Just easy because we're shifting a lot, like in between. But anything is fine. There is no rule, Sagar.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so Bharat Subramaniam has to decide. Magnus took on f5. Has
Right.
to decide between taking with the pawn
I
or
wanna
taking with the bishop or
Or
taking
rook.
with the rook.
ask the chat. But Sagar, how much is your battery today?
Full.
Full.
Yeah,
Do you know how much is the battery for this mouse?
10%.
No.
Sorry.
Before the start, it was 5%.
Okay.
और बीच बीच में इट वाज लाइक कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा था एंड आई वाज लाइक अमृता तेरे में कुछ गड़बड़ है बट आई एम कम्प्लीटली फाइन सागर माउस में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है बीच में चला जाएगा
मतलब तेरे में कुछ गड़बड़ है वो तो नॉर्मल है ना अमृता.
हाँ वो नॉर्मल है सो राजीव सेज ये लोग अपनी लाइन भूल जाते हैं क्या जो दूसरों के गेम में अपनी लाइन ढूंढते जाते हैं
अरे नहीं, वो लोग दूसरों के लाइन नहीं देखने जाते. द प्लेयर्स आर मूविंग अराउंड जस्ट सो दैट दे कैन, you know, they're chess lovers at the end of the day, so they enjoy watching other games, they enjoy seeing what is happening and so on. It's like it's not like you want anything from those games, right? You're just enjoying watching them.
Yeah, Never Shake says Italian games are look like organized chaos where everything is attacked but nothing gets captured.
Yeah, it's very very tough in general to understand it, but the move that I think Bharat will play is bishop takes, because Amruta, if you take with the pawn,
What did chat say? Lekin?
I think many of them just said bishop.
Yeah. So that's right. That's right. Himang says sit there for 5 hours. Certainly not. A player must walk about between moves. It helps his thinking. Alexander Koto.
So take here and attack here. In fact, in Mumbai, there was a player who had come to play at the Mumbai Open. His name was Michael Krasenkov, and he used to not sit on the board for even a minute. Like only when he has to make his move, like it was his time and thinking, he would make. And the moment he made his move, he would get up and he would start strolling around, and he would be calculating in his head.
Right. Even in Aeroflot, no, Boris Gelfand, we saw.
Yeah, many
He's
times.
making a move and he's just getting up, he's thinking. Nihal, though, obviously we know. But for Nihal, like, it started at a very early age when he was a kid.
Yes.
Maybe for others also, we never saw them when they were kids. But what about you? What would you do?
I like to sit and think.
But
I
would you
don't
ever
know.
just get up on your board, like just for the sake of standing up and then looking at the board because you get a whole new perspective, or stand behind your opponent and see
Sometimes
the
in
board?
my games, when my opponent's move was there, I would go behind my opponent and stand and try to think from his end. But slowly I thought that it's much more important to think from my side only about my opponent, not to go behind. So that was more important.
It's the same, no? It can be in any way. Like, tum kidhar bhi ho, finally what you're thinking is
But
what
you
matters.
can't keep going behind your opponent all the time. It doesn't look good.
Kisko?
In general, it's not
It
a good.
depends on what your intention
Like
is. If
imagine
you're not
that in
good-
this game, if Bharat starts going behind Magnus and seeing from that side, it
Again
doesn't-
and again, again and again.
exactly. No, even once I wouldn't say it's a great thing to do.
No, so many. I've seen so many players doing that. I mean, it's normal.
When you were a kid, perhaps.
No, top players also, just while walking, suddenly they stop and they might be behind their opponent. It's not intentional, what I mean. When it is not
But
intentional.
no, I'm talking about intentional.
Intentional is obviously not very nice. For
Okay.
sure.
So Magnus right now, in order to defend this pawn, pushes it to d4.
Yes.
And now what has happened is that Bharat has a big decision to make. And I like how Magnus is playing this position, Amruta, because now with this pawn being attacked and threatened to be captured, Bharat has to make a decision, and he would have loved to push the pawn forward, but in fact it just loses because there are two defenses there. So you can't push. You want to take the pawn then, right? What else? Like, you want to take. But the moment you take, I take with the knight, and my knight attacks your bishop. So you need to move your bishop away. Let's say you go back. And what has happened here is that this king looks a little exposed. Like, I go bishop b1, looking at this square. And Amruta, I want to ask the chat a question, that imagine that in such a position, black plays the move queen f6.
Oh, but
Attack.
let's ask the question. White to play. Okay, white to play.
Okay, white to play. What do you guys do here?
Queen f6 is a big. Okay, let's ask the chat. I say nothing. Magnus drinking water. That's cool, Magnus. Magnus is reminding Sagersha, have you been drinking water? Have you been drinking?
I love how our chat is super focused, Amruta, because
Wow.
it has two types of players. One who get naturally energized by a move, and one who think. So right now here, many wanted to take this, and all these people who have said this,
Trap.
guys, you guys have to really work on your.
एक बार टॉप से नाम पढ़ने दो ना, आज मैंने वैसे ही किया. हर्ष दक्षरा विजय चेसबा चेसक्रेज develop. Take care, guys. Take care.
you need to really think about what your opponent is also planning, not just your own move, because after take here, you are going to lose the game.
Okay, now who was the right?
The right
move
answer
people?
was knight e4, hitting the queen and defending the pawn. And these are the ones who were very careful.
Vedika, Rishikesh, Vaishak, Shubhi, 11, Sakar, Erwin, Sarika, Harshit, and Baneet.
What is this name, Amruta? Erwin Kochumen Lalu. Very different name. Okay. So knight e4, and yeah, white is better. So here, actually, for Bharat, taking the pawn does not make sense. Pushing the pawn does not make sense. So clearly, he has to keep this pawn. So then the question
But then
remains.
3 guys are attacking, 2 guys are defending.
Yeah.
And the first move, rook e8.
Yeah, it feels wrong, you know, that your rook is beautiful here. Also, Amruta, I have a big problem with one of my pieces. As black, which piece do you really worry for?
College ka katta?
Yeah, which piece? Which piece you think, Are yaar, please come back in the game?
Prashant Pal says, Sagar bhai, I missed you in Ahmedabad. Samay and Biswa are there. Enjoyed a lot.
Oh, yes, the World Cup. Sorry, not World Cup. India, Pakistan. So,
Ahmedabad mein tha?
Amruta, knight a5 is really messed up. You need to do something about it.
But I'll tell you, when the knight, if we go back to that move, knight, 11th move, go b5, 11th move. And here it was a very good move found by Bharat, which was knight a5. The reason was he stopped d4. And Magnus did a good thing going back. And here Bharat was like very impatient. He had to still wait. He had to still improve. And he really had this powerful move, a6. Because now with this bishop here blocking this, a6 was a great idea there, opening up this file. And then this knight is not alone. They're together.
Oh, Amruta,
somewhere.
big news. Nakamura has drawn his game.
Okay. I did think.
They're gone.
They're gone.
चले गए.
अभी ना जाओ.
अरे चल गए.
चले गए. ठीक है अभी जाओ.
Oh, but this is success for Nakamura.
Yeah, with the black, his preparation was just crazy.
He just played all prep moves or what? 130, 130, 130, 122. Okay, I mean, it's like Sindaro is a strong player, right? So together.
Sindaro actually had a few moments where he had to be alert, but he really was right there.
Right. So what you are saying is that here Bharat Subramaniam got a bit impatient and played f5.
Yes, and here my question is, why did Magnus not go for d4 directly? So this is something I would like you to take your time and decode.
Okay. Is it not possible to take and play d5 and e4? Or not really?
So firstly, will you consider f4
Oh
or
man, that
knight
might
f4?
be knight g5 move. So I was thinking take.
Okay.
You take with the knight. And I was thinking d5 and knight g3, yes?
Not knight g5, na?
Yeah, knight g5 possible.
Looks
I
tempting,
think
but
I
maybe
think
not
it's
enough.
tempting for sure.
But
King
could
g8.
be, but this looks so damn scary. But Magnus will not go into something which is not so clear, I think.
But this is interesting. Actually, he could have done this.
But
But if he
he-
doesn't do it and comes back,
Yeah.
then I simply take, you take, and I play e4. And maybe Magnus didn't like this positions assessment, no, Amrita? Like he felt maybe, but actually the engines really like this position for white.
Yeah, but there were a little bit of things which you had to assess and some unusual assessments, I would say. Okay, so then
But
what
what he
Magnus
did- what
plays
he
is
did
very
is
natural. Take
very much.
bishop f5 and d4, because now clearly you have a simple threat, and for Bharat to rook e8 if you don't play. Look, what is the computer's best move here for Bharat? Can we
No,
also
I'm actually thinking. Let's ask the chat. What
ask?
would you guys do? Because here clearly taking the pawn doesn't seem right on d4, and you can't push, and rook e8 seems wrong. On because your rook wants to be on the open file. Vedika Pal says bishop g4. But Vedika, what I don't like is that I'll just kick you away. And then when you take, I'll take back. And what did you gain? In fact, you gave up your bishop. Yeah, Bharat also getting low on time. I think today Magnus seems to be in control.
Yeah, very much.
All those who are saying queen f6, but you're not really saving anything because you're blocking your bishop. So then I can anyway take,
95.
and even take with the rook.
Yeah.
It
Can I
doesn't.
not take 95 though?
Knight.
Wait, f2 pay. Oh my god. 95 bishop c2 kya?
Yeah.
Or bishop g4
I guess bishop c2 looks great,
or bishop
but bishop c2 there is queen here, so
bishop
perhaps
knight g4.
it's
But yeah,
playable.
it does give counterplay if I take on e5 with the knight.
But even like a position like this, Amruta, this is really good for white. So with the knight out of the game, so queen f6 not. In fact, the move is very crazy, and I don't even know if Bharat would play such a move. Look at Sandeepan there, looking very sharp. The move is c5.
Did anyone suggest?
I think those who
Sahana
suggested
Khan?
this, Amruta, it feels just for me.
Impossible.
I don't understand it so well. Maybe they can explain. Anyone? So so if you see, Amruta, take on e5 here in such a position. Now suddenly you take knight takes, which seems like you are winning a pawn. But after rook e8,
but after rook e8,
it's not.
okay, knight df. If I go knight df3, it's a big blunder.
Yeah, I just take the
because
queen.
first take, deflect, and then you lose the piece with two pieces attacking. If I go back, let's say if I go back here,
Then the c3 pawn is hanging, and with your two bishops bearing down, it looks very strong. So actually speaking, Amruta, it might be even not a big threat to take.
oh, look, he didn't find it.
No, he didn't play it.
It's
yeah.
impossible to find c5. Not even going to.
No, but he's not afraid of this. Actually, this is not really a threat. If you see, take, and take this. This is not really a threat because of rook e8. Same point.
Same thing.
So the pawn is not really hanging. But what is the main issue here is the move, and I'm sure Magnus is going to find that, is the move knight jumping into the center. Because I think it all revolves around this knight, and it's so complex, this position.
Are you saying at some point it's like going to be somewhere a bishop d2 or
No, I don't think.
subtly these kind of moves are gonna happen?
No, even that, like you can always protect your knight with the pawn.
You don't need to attack. You just have to use the part where the knight is out of the game.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes, exactly. You just play with, I mean, black is down a piece, it feels somehow, and even if you get your knight like this, it has no future. And of course, this is the move which we have to consider. But I take. Of course, if you take here, I have 95 winning. So you have to take. And then I can play my knight here. And Amruta, again, the same thing. My knight is looking here, knight is looking here, and you are positionally busted. So Bharat Subramaniam in big trouble. Oh, look, Magnus played it 94. I mean, Magnus just understands these positions easily. And also, if you don't do, I'm taking this, and I'm going also knight g3 ideas to attack here. I'm going to take this. It and then this two pawns would limit your bishop. Like imagine Amruta, if you play something like a6, I can take, and in this position, uh, white is just better. Knight d2.
Yeah, that knight
Or
is, and also the black king is a little bit weak. No, I agree. The bishop on a2 is beautiful. So Magnus is better.
Magnus is
Magnus
better.
is better. Nakamura draw. Can you take Gukesh for a while? Rookies. I'll just start where I had left so that it's.
Gukesh
Yeah,
is clearly worse, huh?
Not as much as the computer thinks, because until now depends on how Narayanan is going to continue. But knight d1 is a very nice move found by SL.
Just defending e3.
He doesn't intend this idea immediately.
Maybe later.
Knight f8, and SL is thinking, yeah, this does seem kind of dangerous there. Okay, so Narayanan
But
better with Gukesh.
Gukesh's games, all of them, he has been worse,
Hmm.
and he has been fighting back. So it's
Yeah.
not like this is a new situation we
No,
are
but
in.
he actually had a very good position, like decent position at this point, where Narayanan had a key moment whether to go f5 or not, and it had all these scary calculations with queen g5, an option to consider, knight h5, knight h4, knight e7. So these were all the possibilities. So Narayanan played something which is much more simpler, and Gukesh had a very. Okay, let me ask you, black to play over here. There are 2-3 simple moves you could have played. Black to play. What moves come to your
Bishop
mind?
f5.
Exactly. Bishop f5 is the first very important move which comes to your mind. You want to get rid of this bishop. Even knight e7 with the idea of bishop f5 works. Or even first rook e8 attacking and then bishop f5. So the whole point is you had to exchange this bishop. But he did something which was a little bit, not the best for the game. He exchanged this bishop because I think he did not like the knight on e5, and somehow he went into this where
But I
white
think
has
it's a psychological
Yeah.
Decision by Gukesh, I feel.
In what terms would
I
you
feel
say that
I feel
this should be
that this is a move here where Narayanan would have expected such a move,
okay?
and with this he's creating an imbalance. Even with the risk of getting a bad position, it's like an opposite colored position in a middle game.
Very interesting.
I don't know if, I mean, for
That
Gukesh,
could be possible, yeah?
it could be an explanation for his move.
That could be possible. Nice. Okay, people are saying that Vantika has a slightly better position, interesting position with Fedosiv.
We'll go there.
And yeah, let's
So
go
right
there. If
now we
look
can
at the bars,
end this position as better for white because of the attacking potential that is hidden. Oh, he goes g4. He goes Narayanan going in.
Gukesh's style, yeah.
And oh, look at this Ilam Pariti there.
I think he's just walking in that area.
No, but Bharat Subramaniam and Ilam Pariti are good friends, I think. So when Ilam knows that and there you have Shahil Day, who's also a very good player. When Ilam Parthi knows that his friend is playing Magnus, he's definitely interested.
Also for these players, no matter what, to watch Magnus playing in this, it's like a same event. No, it's not like one elite event and then you are playing in some other group B or something. So that's so much helpful sometimes.
Yeah.
Even if you maybe lose focus on your own game.
Amrita, can we add a couple of more bars?
Yeah, you have. I mean, because we were a little late.
Why
setting up
why
the
not
cameras.
adding
I wanted
Vantika's
to
game?
add Vantika, Nihal also I want to add. Vantika also I want to add. Adiban also is playing on top.
But I think we can't add too many. One more maybe, perhaps.
Then Nakamura we can remove actually. It's a draw. Let's close Nakamura and use the close button.
Nice. So now we have Vantika, guys. And also from all of this, I think we want
Add Divya's game.
Divya, Nihal.
Vaishali is what is the situation? Oh, Vaishali is in control. It's an important. You know Vaishali's current rating performance. I mean, it's too early to see.
2650.
No, 2713, 2713.
Nice.
So important to see Vaishali's game as well. Just very quickly, Arjun's game. What happened aage? Because Arjun had this. Later we should check this opening preparation because Arjun had this amazing opening preparation. And knight d4, rook d4 has happened on the board, and here he finds this move. Actually, this was not
This
easy.
might be also his prep, no? Queen
Kind
B8.
of, yeah.
But no, he
might
thought
have-
for 23 minutes. But I think he might be recollecting his preparation.
Or he might be having those ideas like queen on b8, just the understanding of where the pieces can be placed is good. So queen b8 stops knight b5 also. I mean queen b5, that is okay even if you lose the a7. So queen b8, a good idea there. Also maybe the plan is if rook b4 and stopping the development of this bishop.
Yeah, I think black has very good active pieces. The rook is beautifully centrally located, looking here, here, and here. The bishop is bearing down this diagonal. The other rook is ready to join into the game. The queen is also nicely placed. So I think Arjun has got a fine position out of the opening. Of course, Rinat Jumabayev is a very strong player and not to be underestimated. But we will see how this goes forward. We have Maksudlu versus Salem Saleh, where Maksudlu is very slightly better, but nothing special.
By the way,
Then
Nihal's result ended in a draw. So
Already?
update. Ahimang says.
already, can we go and quick?
Anish also
Oh,
have to check.
Nihal drew. That's a very quick draw for Nihal with the white pieces. I'm very surprised actually.
Was his opponent very well prepared or what? Because with white, otherwise Nihal would not.
Yeah.
No, opponent is not very well prepared. So maybe he missed something, yeah?
Already it looks nice for him.
Yeah. Oh, what?
So here maybe Nihal had to be careful about this sack, but his opponent took, pawn takes, and now what is
she?
the move?
Ah.
Yeah, exactly, Amrita. You called it out.
But it's easy. Okay. People have found it.
Check, take, check, and it must be a very frustrating feeling for
because
Nihal.
he did have things in control and everything. It was that one miss, that one alertness.
Because even if you would play a move like Rook E1, does that work? Because then if you take here, I can take, and now a check,
yeah,
and I can play King H1.
And how does Queen H4?
Yeah, Queen H4, and then maybe King G2.
So how is it different when?
So when
D4?
this happened, now if he played King H1, then there is Queen H4,
King G2.
King G2, and now
Rook.
let's
No, I didn't say. Nobody heard me. Guys, black to play. Find a move. I'm sure you were distracted and you were not listening to me, so I'm gonna shut up for a
Sujay
while.
Mirawade, Hikaru drew his game already. So ooh, and we have the video of Gukesh versus Narayanan.
Oh, that's cool.
I think today Narayanan is very focused. And also, guys, if you listen to his interview, which we just published a few hours ago, he mentions that he was 2670 a few months ago, and he thought that he would end this year at 2700, but unfortunately he's gone down in rating. Now I think he's around 2650, and but he has figured out what his weakness is and he's worked on it. So I think that's one of the biggest things that you want to do as a chess player. You want to work on your weaknesses.
Yeah. By the way, Rohan says, Sagar bhai, we have a lot of Indian players who are 2400 plus, who will become GMs, 2600 plus players who will become super GMs. Will it get extremely competitive and one unknown strong player we should know? Huh? Will it get extremely competitive and one unknown strong player we should know?
Yeah, let's talk about it. First, the rookie 3 is the
Oh,
right
so
move.
many people got the answer. Love chess. Vedika Pal, Akhil Ahuja, Puransh Agarwal, Harshal Rathi, Andreas, Soham, Aniket, Sujay, and Harshit.
It's as you rightly said, it's so difficult to say who's going to do well and who's not going to do well, that it might be a little silly for me or anyone to make any prediction. But like for example, Ilam Parati was improving very rapidly until the last year, but for the last few months he has been at the same rating, but he must be improving. But his rating is not improving, which means that at some point he'll make a jump of around 100 or 200 elo points, and that will be big. Same way, I feel like there's this young boy Ethan Vaz who's very talented. There's also Gautam Krishna, who's very, very good. Of course, we have girls like Charvi, Shubhi Gupta, who's also in the chat. All of these youngsters also doing brilliantly well. So, for me, it's very, very difficult to say who will be this really big name that would come up. Meanwhile, Vantika's advantage, which was quite interesting because is now no longer there because her last move seemed a little soft, Amruta, h3, which did seem like, why do you need h3 right now? Um,
Maybe she wants to go rook e1 or something and then she doesn't want knight g4.
yes, attacking here with the bishop and knight. So she just stops it by pushing her pawn. So no longer the knight can come here. I think this will be an interesting game to follow because Vantika is, of course, a very, very good player.
But she has already 25 minutes and Fedosiva is having 1 hour 7 minutes. And this is exactly the kind of position, Sagar, where we see that prophylaxis can also backfire. I mean, that is the beauty of prophylaxis. If at the wrong time, it can be very slow.
Yes, correct, agreed. Going to the game of Divya Deshmukh against Parley Grass.
Oh,
what a
man.
game do we have on our
What?
hands. Divya actually played this Catalan May line b5. She's always coming up with these new interesting ideas in the opening. And this is all well known theory, actually, giving up the rook, taking the knight, then attacking here, queen h5. I'm sure she was very well prepared. You can't play this line without preparation. e5, now you can't move because queen would hang, so take.
Oh, she has
1 hour 30. So till they have full time, I don't think we. Actually, it's also very interesting to see why not just take this. But turns out that this game is already over.
Is it bishop b7? No, that's the hanging. What is it? Ah, this looks exciting. But what is the chat also suggesting? Let's.
Guys, what should black play here?
Man, I'm not. I don't think they will find it.
No, it's very tough here for sure. So on the frame are two Indian IMs, actually three now. Vianney, this is Dushyant Sharma and Sri Hariela. So Amruta, the move that we are looking at is Queen H3 by a lot of people here. However, that
But they are
turns
so
out to be
confused. Look at the number of candidate moves.
Anon and Narendra Pandey and Monstab. Well done, guys. You are right. The right move here is a very subtle move, bringing the knight out. And you might think, what's the big deal? The queen will anyway move away. Like, for example, the queen will sit here. However, then the knight jumps in, suddenly attacking this pawn. And then you might say, okay, what's the big deal? I'll put my rook here. But suddenly there is a fork. So just bringing in the knight,
Oh, knight last 4 moves से it's like पूरा उछल रहा है.
it's just over after you bring your knight here, because this is the soft point in the position. And notice how your pawn here stops the white knight from coming up and defending this pawn. So
This is nice.
it's
So,
a
great preparation by Divya.
yeah, for sure. Divya was well prepared here. Pawn takes, knight comes out. She takes another pawn. White king is exposed. Check. Queen goes back. She takes the pawn. She's still at 130 on her
Oh,
time.
man.
And now the first time she thinks maybe not the best move actually. Knight coming out here was better, but she plays it here. But already the position is so complicated. I believe
Yeah. It's nothing to do with in these kind of positions. +2 tak it doesn't really matter much. It can change
Look
anyway.
at this. So, guys, Divya Deshmukh really attacking hard against a 2560 GM, and that also shows the confidence levels, right, of these players, that they are ready to go all out against some of players who are 150 elo points above them.
Wow.
So,
That's really good because you can play simple and positional and try to have another approach to kind of maybe holding is also good, like
Yeah.
draw is also good. But
so
here
let's
you
come
can
back to Divya's
Yeah.
game in some time. Let's go to Vaishali's game. Vaishali playing against Shamshidin Vokidov, and Shamshidin is in good form in this tournament. He drew against Hikaru in one of the games. And right now, Vaishali has actually a decent position, Amruta. Like
I didn't see from the start, so very quickly if we can take it
yeah.
from the beginning.
So it was a
Today
Sicilian
some
Taimano.
Sicilians on the board, yeah.
Oh, Sicilian
Oh,
Khan.
Carlsen. H3. Whoa.
H3.
Never seen that.
Nowadays,
Ah.
all sorts of moves can be played.
Wow. Unbelievable. Setup for Paulson.
Actually, she could have also pushed her pawn, huh, Amruta, forward.
Yeah, I like E5. I mean, why did she not go for that?
I think she didn't like this structure with the knight coming and trying to take this, but
C,
yeah,
3 or
maybe C4, knight here, bishop
and then
C2.
knight goes to F3. That
Yeah.
that could
Yeah,
be
for
D4.
sure.
Maybe she didn't like D4. Of course, you had to calculate. But
No,
if,
but
if
then
E5 works successfully, then better. So yeah.
So sure, I mean, these were some possibilities, but she took and played here, and I think now Vokidov is
this-
around equal. So let's see how this game develops. Meanwhile, Amruta, Lakshman, who has been playing well in this tournament, is now in trouble against Aditya Mittal. And Aditya Mittal has drawn against Anish Giri, Nodirbek Abdusattarov, and he's moving very confidently towards 2600 mark. And guys, remember, Aditya is born in 2006. So we have, there you have him on the screen. There he's walking. We have this very nice gang of 4 players who have crossed 2700, right? Pragnananda, Gukesh, Nihal, and Arjun. And then right there, when they have performed so well, also getting inspired is Raunak, then Pranav, then Leon, and now Aditya Mittal. He's saying like, guys, don't forget me. I'm around the corner. So he's also doing very very
No,
well.
I think the way he held Anish and also who else did you mention?
Nodirbek.
Yeah, Nadirbek. It's very hard to do that. Especially, it's not like you're constantly playing tournaments like top classical events. So that he showed out preparing them. He is a person to watch for sure.
For sure. And right now he's better because his rooks can double up.
Yeah.
His bishop is beautifully positioned in the center. And this pawn is weak. and the queen is putting pressure there. So all in all, a very favorable position for black. And then we also have to go and check the game of Adiban. Did you see?
No, not yet.
Adiban's game around equal. I feel Adiban looks very relaxed right in this tournament. In general, in his interviews also, he feels like more calm than before. So maybe good result is around the corner for him. Makarian Rudik versus Anish Giri. And this is going to be a very, very exciting battle as well, because Rudik Makarian has got his pieces very beautifully positioned, while Anish has got his pieces a little weirdly placed.
But what is that rook doing on g8? Is Anish ever planning anything like g5? Because
No,
that
no,
doesn't
I
look
think
good.
it's just a defensive idea.
Just sitting cozy in winter, huh?
Yes, all
drinking coffee inside a blanket, reading a book.
Okay,
What?
Amrita.
Why are you going? Mumbai is a very hot place.
But I thought I will make coffee, take a blanket, sit
अच्छा,
inside.
you put on AC. अच्छा, वही तो मैं बोली. That's the problem of Mumbai. You might be drinking nice hot coffee, but when it is so humid, it's no fun.
Harshal Rathi says,
Yeah.
I'm going for CBSC zonal tournament on 19. Please suggest me something to improve my game. It's a humble request. So, Harshal, one of the big things that you can do until you go to the tournament is to try and solve a lot of tactics. I think it would be very helpful to you, because improving your tactics means that you are then very much focused, you are able to spot a lot of possibilities, and I think that's the best way. You can go anywhere online,
So
solve
plus also
it.
these live streams, constant, understanding, looking at it carefully, the games, answers, trying to be alert, thinking on it, or even if we are not asking sometimes some questions, you are putting your brain to continuous thought. Without distraction, without mobile, without chatting, without Instagram reels, with he will be like, मैंने क्यों ये सवाल पूछा? But yeah, tactics. Also try to conserve your energy. Generally, see, zonals are classical games or rapid games.
Yeah, I think maybe slightly semi-classical, perhaps.
Got it.
Okay, Amruta, can you just take a little bit of a look at this game? Knight f4, knight e4. We saw till here.
Oh.
He played the move d5. We saw also bishop takes. We also, oh, then Bharat took here. And now he took this. So he's actually a pawn down.
They're like, तूने मारा मैं मारा, तूने मारा मैं मारा. It's all going that way, na?
Yeah.
Finally, it's settled. Why is Magnus so much better, Mr. Shah? He's just that ugly doubled pawn up. So can you explain why Magnus is so much better?
Yeah, I think the main thing, Amruta, is that firstly you're a pawn up. Secondly, this bishop here is limited by the c3 d4 pawns. Thirdly, the rook is on a very beautiful open file. And yes, this is weak, but who's going to attack it? You need a knight somewhere here to attack this. But the knight is far away. In fact, it could also be an interesting thought to just take the knight here. I mean, he went back, but actually this is also keeping a huge advantage to white. This position,
But major piece endgame, I think that's the best chance for black.
No, not really. I mean, this is also playable. So, in a way, Magnus went back and now he's telling Bharat that where is your counterplay? Because Amrita, this knight does look good, but it cannot move back. The moment it goes here, you lose a pawn. And the knight has no moves. It could go here, but I'll just attack it. So, there are no real options.
Okay, so, but I do think it is a tempting position to see the ideas like queen g5, let's say, just considering h5, h4. I can understand why Bharat might have got tempted to get into this, because in assessing, it's not so easy to assess. Like the computer might say it's plus 2.5 or something like that, but during the game, you might feel, yeah, you're slightly worse, but then you do have these, the white king is weak, and you can feel tempted for all of that.
Yeah.
Magnus can go queen d3, bishop b1. Oh, that's a very cool idea, Bill.
Okay, by the way, h5 played by Bharat.
Could he have gone queen g5? But yeah, I didn't. Queen c1 would. No, not really. Not sure. Okay.
So h5 played. Yeah, sure. But Amruta, with h5, he's threatening to actually trap the bishop. Sort of not trap, but play h5, h4. So I guess he can play his pawn up.
That would be the maybe not the first
Again, looking
consideration.
risky. But imagine if you
Yeah, bishop
attack
f6,
this.
exactly. How
I,
do you defend?
in
You can't.
slightly tactical way, I take, you take, and now I play a very
What?
important move. Let's
Rook
ask the
e4
chat.
is not tactical.
Ayush Sharma, Nakamura drew today.
आयुष को कितना इंटरेस्ट रहेगा ना कि उसने सुपर चैट किया when he can also get to know through. Thank you, Ayush. Sagar bhai, where is Ding? Why is he so inactive? Nobody knows why is he inactive, but of course he's not played after World Championship. Okay. So, the question was, Sagar had asked a question, the move for white to play over here. Yes, rook e4 works because you are defending this guy, but queen e2 could be, that was that the plan in your mind? Queen e2 would be,
No, rook e4.
but then rook e4 तो simple है ना?
हाँ,
वो
but
तो बोली थी मैं.
हाँ, but sometimes you miss such a move.
Because this
Because
last move d takes e4 हो गया था. So rook e4 is good, but even queen e2 would be interesting. So h4, Magnus actually plays it. Magnus is not at all scared. He does go for h4.
भाई ये सब उसका bread butter है.
अच्छा. Magnus's breakfast is always very simple. So ठीक है, this is Magnus is better. We have to see if Bharat can create any magic, but look at his time, just 16 minutes on his clock, and he needs to make 20 moves already. So plus a bad position against Magnus. So this one doubtful that you can create something which can put Magnus under pressure. Going to Gukesh's game after g4. Oh, he's thinking. Gukesh has gone into a very long thought. It's been 34 minutes since Gukesh is thinking. 34. Bapre. That does clearly say that he might be in slightly difficult position even when for himself.
Yeah, for sure.
Because as we have discussed again and again in classical chess, try to think for 20 minutes at a very critical juncture. But if it is too many tactics, then sometimes 25 minutes is also another thing. But this is not that position. 35 minutes. One thing which Gukesh will need to take care is the next move which he makes is not a very bad move. Because so many times it has happened that when people have gone into long thought, the next move is like a it comes out of frustration. Ki, oh, I've been taking so much time, I don't know what to do, and then you make a even worse move. So, but I don't think that will happen with Gukesh because he would be very aware. Yeah, he goes g6 and.
By the way, we have a question by Arindam Basu in the chat where he says that how is things going with Help Chess? Well, Arindam, I must tell you that very well. We have been supporting several players. I have to write about it and inform all the people who have contributed during the World Cup and so on. and a lot more people have come forward, and we are helping several players through help chess. So I will be soon writing a report, and you'll get to know all about it. um,
Ayush says, Amrita Didi, I'm that guy from IIT Tirupati. Bhul gaye kya? Also, Sagar Bhaiya, your post game analysis deserves a salute.
थैंक यू तुमको याद है?
नाम से नहीं आता है चेहरा,
अरे तो
थोड़ा रिमाइंड करो ना.
तुमको बोल रहा है वो, आई एम द गाय, मेरे को तो मिला भी नहीं है वो.
अरे आयुष थोड़ा और मतलब सुपर चैट नहीं, जस्ट राइट अ लिटिल बिट मोर बिकॉज आई एम वेरी वेरी सॉरी बट आई एम वेरी बैड एट नेम्स एंड इट डज हैपन विद मी. या
Rohan Gangan says we have seen a revival of chess in India thanks to the golden generation. ChessBase India, your and Amruta's hard work, kudos to you. But my question is, has our government done their part too? You know, in general, government has been doing their thing. Of course, as is true with anything, more things can be done. Like for example, I mean, more awards, more support, more events, and so on. Like a lot of things can be talked about, but I feel like right now we are in that stage where everyone's working towards it. You know, the government, the federation, there are private entities, players are doing well. So I think, yeah, everyone's playing their role. No one's saying, oh, you know, we are waiting for only the government to do things. That's not true. But I really like how h4 has been played right now, Amruta.
yes, no, Magnus, if he goes h4 he's very very sure about his position right
Yeah.
now. Okay, shall we look at Arjun's game?
Yeah, I think
Oh, it
Arjun's
is
game might
equalized
end in a
now.
draw very soon, because if you see the material, it's equal, and also white has two bishops. I don't see this going anywhere. This should end in a draw. Let's look at the game between Maqsoodlu and Salem Saleh. Uh, Also looking very good for Maqsoodlu. I think Maqsoodlu has really evolved as a player, and also sometimes, Amrita, maybe a big life event can make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And I think marriage has been working out well for him somehow.
Ah.
That's the feeling I get from his play. He was doing really well on top board at the Asian Games. Here he did lose a game, but he struck back with two games, and now he's better against Salem.
So when did he get married?
I think a few months ago, just.
Yeah, no, you don't remember the date.
Why should I remember?
Because
If I
you
remembered
remember
my date.
all the youngsters when were they born and how old they are and
Yeah.
everything. So I'm like, okay, when did he get married? And so marriage can either do good or bad to you.
Okay, by the way, f6 played by Anish. He's kicking away the knight and he's asking white, where will the knight go? And the knight might drop back,
Chuk chuk ji.
or you could take this, and then Amruta maybe give this check so that this opens up.
Oh, nice. And
And-
two mate. Acha nahi, bishop e8.
And I feel like this position should most likely once again not have too much juice in it. Should end in a draw. But Anish would be happy with black pieces. Abdul Sattarov versus Karthik.
Oh.
Abdul
Okay.
Sattarov.
Wait, where did we leave? King a2. After king a2.
But Abdul Sattarov has only a rook and a knight.
That's a crazy preparation, man.
Yeah.
Abdul Sattarov had a crazy preparation. Like over here, just to take you through, it was Sicilian, and Abdul Sattarov plays knight f5 here, which is a preparation for him. Takes here. This is all prep.
Because he has 132. Look
Prep.
at the clock.
Prep. And rook d8 was a very important move Karthik had to find, and otherwise, so he does find that. And the funny thing is, if you go a natural move like queen e2, which I just showed the chat, thinking you're attacking, a good move here for white would be,
Rook b7.
that's the point. No, that's not the good move. But It's tough at on a superficial level. It's tough. The move is
Rook d4.
yeah, and the threat is takes, and you're trying to pressurize this. Also, the main threat is that after queen e1, queen a5, there's no perpetual because you enter rook a4. So yeah, so I think Abdul Sattarov's preparation was crazy, and look at this. One move changes everything.
Yeah,
He goes rook d8.
Karthik had to be a little bit here.
But why? Once again, what just went wrong in the last 2-3 moves? They didn't play accurately.
Very tough to say.
So what happened? Like
I mean, firstly, here, I guess taking here was okay. It was playable.
Rook c3, you were not scared of rook c3 and rook c7. Maybe that is the reason Karthik. You don't have time.
But
because
if
rook
you go
d6,
here,
sorry.
then you lose this. So
Galat.
maybe here it was playable,
Knight b7.
but he went rook b8 defending that. Now rook c3 had to be played just to save everything, but
he did play rook c3.
He played.
So maybe computer doesn't understand.
And queen h5. And now this position, it's still not so simple, but I think Amruta, for me personally, it seems like the engine can play this very accurately, but human beings cannot. And there you see Karthik thinking against Nodirbek.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we have the camera there. That is Karthik Venkatraman. He also played very well against Hikaru at the World Cup. Okay, so this one, I think, Amruta, the way in which these two rooks and knights are coordinating, it is making the queen look a little silly. And that happens often in life. That someone who's a big star, who's working alone, sometimes does not achieve enough when a good team works together. Look at this. They are not stars like the queen, but they are working together. While the queen says, "मैं अकेली सब कुछ handle करूंगी, I will kill this, I will go check here." They're like, okay, fine. I mean, do what you want. Knight, please stop the queen. So teamwork creates.
दिल से रुक एंड नाइट दिल से काम कर रहे इधर.
Teamwork
creates what?
Dream work. You didn't know this, Amruta?
No.
Okay.
Do you need to know this?
Not really. There's a super chat by Ayush who says we played Bullet and Didi drew 2 matches consecutively. Where?
उसके साथ ना.
When?
Bullet. It was a long time back, so can't blame you either. By the way, IIT आ जाओ please.
Thank you, Ayush.
लॉन्ग टाइम बैक. इसके लिए ड्रॉ हुई थी, खुशी मिली रहेगी. पहले वाला सुपर चैट पढ़ लिया. Thank you, Ayush. Yes, I do remember now that I have played. Like, I mean, his name is because I didn't win, no. So happens. ठीक है, IIT तो आ जाएंगे. I think a lot of everywhere ना IIT से invitation वैसे तो है. You guys have a nice chess culture there, so would be nice.
Meanwhile, Bharat has played his pawn up here to a6, and Magnus seems to have.
Burnt Sienna asked, so who is Nodirbek playing? You have got him playing both Karthik and Adiba.
Where?
So some people had got confused that there are two Nodirbek.
Nodirbek Yakuboyev is playing Adiban and Nodirbek Abdul Sattarov is playing Karthik.
And they are not brothers. Nor they are twins. I mean, of course, they are not brothers.
By the way, Amruta, some action in Magnus game. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen e2. Now attacking the pawn on c4. And as we mentioned, no, Amruta, appearances can be deceptive, guys. Sometimes in your life, there will be people who talk very sweetly, but they won't be the most, they won't be like most caring for you. And there will be people who will be very, very direct and sometimes even rude, but they would care for you the most. And what I mean is that in such a position, this appearance feels that white is looking weak, but actually his position is very solid. Meanwhile, black pieces look very nice, but actually this is being limited by those pawns.
Nice. But how to understand when people are talking sweet, whether they're really sweet or not?
Well, that's...
like if you have a Kaju Katli in front of you, you wouldn't know that is it sugar free or does it have sugar?
You have to taste it. And sometimes when you taste it, you get a good thing that comes out of it. Sometimes it's a bad experience, and then you say, okay, fine, let's move to the next Kaju Katli.
Jackson says scammers always act sweet at first.
That is true.
But what if somebody is truly sweet? Yeah, and then you kind of, that's why they say
That's also possible.
don't judge people. If you judge people,
Don't
you
judge a
have
book
no
by
time
its
to.
cover.
No, if you judge people, you have no time to love them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. ओके वाह क्या एनालॉजी है सब लोग एकदम जाग गए ये एनालॉजी के बाद बिकॉज आई थिंक एवरीबडी इन लाइफ हैव एक्सपीरियंस्ड स्वीट टॉकर्स एंड some dhokes.
Dhukes. Meanwhile, Amruta SL Narayanan brings his queen to G2. He's slowly switching over. It's like, there is a bulawa coming that the attack is happening on the king side. Please, everyone join in. There's a party that's going to happen soon. And I think white's pieces are all ready to pounce on black. I think G5 is on the cards. There could be rook moving to the side, then pushing the pawn. Too many possibilities.
Yeah, no, Gukesh will again today have to keep defending.
Yeah.
And one of the thing what I believe, he really had a good time advantage. And then when you have a slightly worse position, it still kind of sets off that advantage.
Right.
But then he's even used that time. So he needs to be then all dependent on his calculation and psychology and tricking. But that's what we love about him, no? He comes up with that. Some psychological things he's able to...
We will see if he manages to hold today as well.
Yeah.
It won't be easy, but it's actually an important thing for him to hold it.
Yeah.
Uh,
By the way, Content says, I have a question. I'm a total newbie. How can I become good at chess? So, Content, firstly, chess is a lot about pattern recognition. So, start with very, very simple tactics. That's the very first step, and it goes a long way. Then you can come back and ask again.
yeah, just check out some nice
and Levin's
resources.
book also, no? Maybe.
Yeah, there are some free resources on YouTube like Amruta's course for beginners, or I've done Midnight Chess. I've also done a series on absolutely this how to be better at chess and so on. So you can check that. But also, if you would like to get this book, it is available on ChessBase India. Right now, it's called How to Win at Chess by Levi Rosman. The link is in the description. It's a very interesting book for beginners, and I think it might help you a lot.
Sir, Amber has also asked, I'm reading the Reassess Your Chess and feel lost sometimes. What is the best way to read chess books?
I think sometimes, you just have to be lost so that you can find your way.
This is like the best advice.
No, I mean, in general, if everything you understood, then that means that book taught you nothing new, right?
No, that means there's a problem in your attitude.
No, I mean, then
you can't understand.
No, and if something you don't understand, it means there is something that you are not understanding. It's new for you. So maybe you just try to be there. Don't be too hard on yourself. Try to understand it slowly and steadily. Seek help from others who are good at chess. I think a very good place to be is perhaps our Discord channel, where there are some people. It's not a very active one, but when someone asks something, I think there could be someone to help. Also, if you are somewhere in Mumbai, then you can come to the chess club, and there people can help you.
Nice. Manasvi says, Agarwal, you need to write a book from your perspective on Indian chess legacy and future.
Now or later? Maybe when someone wins a world championship, perhaps. When you are part of it, like what's happening all the day, morning, day, night is happening, you don't really see that some history is being made or something like that, right? But only when maybe 10 years, 15 years down the line, when people will be like, whoa, what just happened there? And then you...
Yeah, there needs the one next world champion, because how much ever, for US they have said that maybe Fabi, maybe Wesley, at some point they all were there, but becoming world champion is just another thing out of the world.
How can becoming world champion be out of the world? Then he is out of the world champion. By the way, guys, there's a chance for Adiban to get a small advantage here. But it's not so simple to find that move, and maybe he will struggle to find it.
Black to play, yeah?
Black to play. Sahil Mukhida says no chance of Gukesh winning. Well, that's what we think every day, and then he wins. So we can't say much. But yeah, right now his position does look very tough.
But Zila Square is a chess club in Mumbai. It's at the Phoenix Market City Kurla Mall.
Yes, Soham Kamotra, very good.
Wow.
Bishop c6 is the correct move, attacking the
quick.
knight.
It wasn't easy because it's like suddenly, like the whole perspective is on the king side, and then you are attacking this knight. So what's the idea? But after that, if
Well,
knight
it's just defending this knight
Hmm.
and attacking this knight. Because there are other moves also like knight here, but then you lose it. And the other move is
Trap actually.
knight takes d2, but rook takes means white is slightly better. So keeping this knight here, keeping the tension, putting pressure here, knight has to go back. Then you take here. If he takes with the bishop here, then e4 hangs. If he takes with the knight here, then pawn hangs. So it's not so easy.
And if pawn takes, then a3 is hanging.
No, this is also hanging. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, for the time being it seems, but Adiban goes for a piece sack or what? Knight takes on d4.
Firstly, queen d4 is the main question.
Yeah, what's the idea that Adiban is looking for, guys? Can you tell us in the chat? Why did he give up a full piece here? What is it that he wants to do? Let's see how many of our chat members can understand. Yubin Adhikari says, Sagar Maheshwari ji. Arre, thank you. What are your insights about marriage and chess connection? No insights. My chess improved after marriage. Some people's chess does not improve. Some people's chess improves. It all depends.
Manish Kumar says, I am a 9 years old boy. I am intermediate. How can I become better? Wow, at 9 years old, firstly, you're asking this question in the chat. That's a first step to improve.
Yeah. Knight f4, Amruta.
Yeah, आंसर तो बताओ.
आंसर तुम बताओ. क्वेश्चन लिया है तो. Arush, Vinod, Sujay, Saran, Vinod, Gnana, Evgeny. Well done, guys. But yeah, I mean, for the young boy who's 9 years old, I think it's a very good idea to play more tournaments, to go to more tournaments, to maybe find a trainer for you at some point who can help you.
Oh yeah, these rapid tournaments, a weekend. I think every city has some tournaments, so you can find it out, the WhatsApp group and all, and play those. They're very nice, and after playing
No, I don't think you can find it out just like that, WhatsApp groups. But I think what could be done is that you can try to go to a tournament in general. One event. There you will make
right.
Just find one event somewhere.
Yeah, but whenever you play a tournament, make sure that you are entering your games. You are kind of looking at them. Some hard work.
Yeah, so here, Amruta, you can't handle both the bishop and the knight. Like if you go here, then I would take, and then take this.
Oh, so it was about the a4 knight, yeah? Which was
both,
a little bit
both.
e4 and a4. So knight d4, a nice move in a way. I mean, at least it's interesting what Adiban has played.
Meanwhile,
what about Arjun?
Magnus is totally winning. because after queen e2, Bharat took here and played this, and I think already queen coming up, Bharat is just getting into more, and because you want to take here, maybe rook b1 or take and
Queen e7 I like here.
rook b1. Why
No,
not?
queen e7 with that of bishop e5.
That's also good. That's also wonderful.
In fact, queen c7 also just looks like. Oh, but in fact, Magnus is just walking. Look at Anish watching Magnus's game right now. Arjun over there. Yeah, look at Magnus. Just.
And so, by the way, guys, just so that you can see the view of the event, this is where this is happening. It's the beautiful playing venue here. Second.
Payal Patel also says, I am Yash, 12 years old. I am a master player. I want to become better. The first thing is also solve, like play tournaments, as Sagar says, and solve lot of tactics, so that the patterns go, inside you. You're able to quickly spot them when you actually play the tournaments. Most of the blunders will happen when you have less time, because there you are in some kind of a subconscious panic mode. So there you kind of develop this pattern recognition, make it so powerful, and that is basically nothing but more like practice makes man perfect. So that has no limit, like how many positions you solve for pin or fork, or in time pressure even the top players miss it.
Yes,
In
and
their
also you
calculation.
can check out chessranga.com, where we have training material which is growing
Yeah,
there.
it is very
So
interactive and there is beautiful material. So really, if you're serious about that, you will find, like, in a few days from now, if you're serious, you should be reaching a point where I have now solved everything there, that stage.
okay, Amruta, he takes
Okay.
here, and I think Magnus will take and play his rook here and chop this pawn, and then the queen moves here and then attack on the 7th rank.
Okay, so what is Gukesh and Arjun? I think these are two important games because they are on 3.5. So they
Gukesh
are
went
on.
back with his queen.
Man,
So
and the
now,
advantage goes to SL in a big way.
yes, he had to push his f pawn, because then he's threatening to even fork here, and it after taking rook takes, it already looks very dangerous
No,
for
can you not
Gukesh.
go knight at 7 and.
When?
But right now. Knight at 7, but h4, right? You stop knight
Yeah,
g5.
yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
No, I mean SL really, if he had played f5, Gukesh would
Yeah,
have
what?
been in big trouble. But he goes g5, which is also a strong move, because I think if you push here, then now I'm going forward
Yeah.
and opening it up. So Gukesh took, and now Narayanan is thinking whether to take with the pawn or the queen, or there's also this very interesting pawn sacrifice to push. So
What would you think?
I think taking here seems very simple and strong, because now you unleash the attack here, and Amruta, after pawn push, rook swinging over and pawn push, it might get very, very dangerous with the bishop opening up.
But once again, in some way, White's king is going to be weak. And Gukesh, until now, in all 4 games, found some resource, yeah, to put his opponent under pressure. So we have to see what's the time situation after h takes g5.
Yeah, right now it's 26 minutes to Gukesh, 30 minutes for Narayanan. And I think it's a very key moment. If Narayanan wants to win today, he must take with the pawn. And notice how this bishop is sort of unstoppable, because there are opposite colored bishops. So this bishop can never come and trade itself or interfere with the action of this bishop. So while the opposite colored bishops are drawish in the end games,
Yeah.
in the middle games they lead to very, very devastating attacks.
Yeah. I mean, in life, you should have such people around you.
Yes. Opposite colored.
Do,
Who have
don't
opposite
interfere.
opinions.
No, don't interfere.
Sure. So
Check
now,
Vaishali game. Sagar, can we look at her game?
okay, Vaishali is playing Wakido. Shamshidin,
Whoa!
she's winning.
No, not winning is too much, but how did she get here? Can we look at where we left?
So we left here, knight here, bishop. This is where we left. She took the pawn. Pawn takes. I think black's position looks completely fine. But she goes c4. And now it seems a little tricky. Okay, Shamshidin goes rook d6. Vaishali brings her queen up. Simple chess. Knight comes up. And now this is already a very dangerous decision because at some level this pawn is hanging. So Shamshidin tells Vaishali, let's get into a fight. So Vaishali says, okay, if I take here, you take here and you fork me, correct? So let's try to think, what do we do when we get forked there? When we are attacked, like we take here, we are forked with both these pieces. What does white play there? Let's in our head think, because Vaishali would be thinking in the same way.
So what do you do when there is a fork? Is that a question?
Yeah. Thota Srinivas says, come back to b4, okay?
Eat Maggie?
How?
Fork hai na? Actually, you've not got to eat it since quite a long while.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Tomorrow? We attack the rook on d6. Correct, Revant. Mithilesh, chess wizard. Very good. So what we do here is after take, we go queen b4. That is exactly what Vaishali did and said LPDO, loose piece. Your rook is loose. And also your knight. So he said, I'll take there. And now Vaishali took here. And Amruta, the problem now is twofold. One is that your knight is slightly offside.
Slightly?
Very
Like in
much.
the, like...
And secondly, these pawns are quite dangerous. So if you get greedy and take this, I have a question for our chat. I go here, okay? Now the knight is hanging. So you save it. What is the winning move for white here? White to
winning. Winning.
Winning.
Archit says being a Gukesh fan is hard. You have to cope with being worse in every game just to somewhere win it at the end. And that's, I think, Archit, one of the most beautiful thing about Gukesh's game, which is inspiring that no matter what you keep fighting. I think
Yes, but he said being a Gukesh fan is hard, which I agree.
Yeah, that's why.
It's not easy being a Gukesh fan.
No, you feel constant stress, or you sometimes have to deal with, sudden losses also, which you don't expect there because of his very unconventional decisions. But that's the beauty of it, no?
True. By the way, I'm very happy
So many people are
that
suggesting.
so many found knight d7, but I'm not at all happy that so many played this, because this is a losing move, guys. It just looks good on the surface because you can give a fork.
Yeah.
But after king comes in, you take this. I take here. What has essentially happened is that white is the one who's losing because this pawn is closer to queening.
So essentially you are more sad now because Queen F8 is 16 and 97 is 15. So tum dukhi jada ho.
Yes, sort of. True. But 97, I would like to give a shout out to Thota Srinivas, Saurabh, Mithun, Jashwant, Aniket, Shiva Sundari, Shiva Kama Sundari, Fernando, Shivam, Sujay, and DR. Well done, guys. So here, not queen d6, not queen f8, but knight d7 is a winning move, because once you go back, now I can move my rook, attack your knight, and later I can take this. There's another move that I wanted to consider here, is straight away attacking the rook. And here, I think if Vaishali plays rook here and going rook b8, it's already very, very strong.
Very dangerous.
So, in a way, isn't Vaishali just winning now? I mean, what is Shamshidin's move?
Yeah, what is the best counterplay for black? Because you saw d takes c4, no, last wala. If I go d4, because after knight
then
c2
your
I have
rook is
d3
hanging.
later.
I mean, your knight is hanging anyway.
Okay, what else?
Elvis,
Knight b3.
hello from Nairobi.
Ah, nice.
Knight b3. Yeah, I can take CD, ED, and queen here. I'm pawn up and
And that is also the rook pawn, jo rukega nahi. Against the knight.
yes, Payal Patel, please don't spam or else you will be banned from this channel.
I'm good at tactics but not good at opening. Pal Patel, and you also have to ignore the openings right now first.
Big result coming in. Aditya Mittal has won his game. We were looking here. Remember Amruta, King H2. He went Rook D6. B4 by Lakshman. He lost his patience there. And after pawn takes, Queen B8 was played.
Disco!
Yeah, attacking here. But I think Lakshman's idea was that if you take back here, what I don't even understand. I mean, this was just a free pawn that he gave.
Yeah, he must have missed something, a blunder.
I think he just lost his nerve there. So AB, Queen B8, and here he just resigned.
Resign? But why? There's nothing he couldn't do. He can do, yeah? If G3, there is Rook A2. Ooh.
And also King G1. I mean, you can go back, but then after I take, and I take here.
And then B3, B2.
And take here. Actually,
No,
maybe
B1 queen
maybe
is...
he's more afraid of take, and queen.
Ah, the king is exposed. Okay.
So Aditya Mittal continues his dream run in this tournament. 4 out of 5.
Aditya.
4 out of 5.
Amazing tournament.
And I think Aditya Mittal would be...
Yeah, what is his performance right now?
If we look at 2700 chess, there is this juniors category in that. And I think he must be now in top 20 juniors. No, he's not yet there. 2585. But I think he's quickly moving there. Within maybe a few days, he will reach there. What do you think, Amruta?
Yeah, with this kind of play plus one tournament many times is like a breakthrough for you. Changes a lot. We've seen that happening with many people.
Yeah. So
high-
right now
high probability.
he's I think he's already 2586 or 884,
Yeah.
85. So he's reaching top 20 in the world in juniors under 20. So then we can follow him on 2700 chess.
Lucas says, I have been subscribed to ChessBase India for a long time, but I had never watched your streams until recently. It is so comfortable here. I will be back. Nice. Thank you, Lucas. What happened to Nakamura game? It's a draw.
Rahul VS lost his game to Xiao Tong. Some results have come. And let's go to Magnus's game, Amruta, because...
Yeah, because the finishing, even to see how he finishes. Plus, Bharat has 1 minute, so that's very less. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea. Guys, we have 14,07,684 subscribers and maybe 14,08,000 seems like a very realistic aim today. 300 and... No, yeah. 316. Subscribers only.
So Amruta, what has happened is rook takes, rook b1 played. He went here, rook takes pawn, queen takes, rook takes pawn, check, king up, and he moves his rook. And I think Magnus going to end this with a flourish now. Guys, find the winning move for white. Magnus has seen it. Have you seen it?
Winning move.
Very
and
big.
Before Magnus finds it.
Yes.
Normally when we ask for Magnus's game, it's like Magnus makes the move and it's like, Arey, chat, you're too slow.
Guys,
don't let Magnus tell you that you're too slow. This is maybe the final moment.
let's see if our chat found
Chat
it.
chess move में जाना है, 1 minute. It's updating. It takes a bit.
22 people have found this move. Rook takes g7. Brilliant job, guys. What a nice sacrifice there.
Saumik Banerjee, Monil, Maru, Sendirnathan, Thota Srinivas, Saurabh Kumar, Sports Cracker, Aniket Vishwakarma, Sujay Meravde, Fernando Pardo, and Shaurya. Well done, guys, because that I think would be a last attempt for today's Magnus game. So Rook G7, King G7, Sagar, and then Bishop E5 check, right? And if King gets 6, it's over because Queen F4 check, and then there you have a mate.
Here.
Queen F7 and checkmate with Queen G7. So that is discarded, and if Bishop E5 King gets 7, then there is Queen B7 and Queen G7 mate. And where can it go? King F8. And then Queen 8. Yeah, anyway.
Guys, which camera is better? This one?
Oh no, you have to see Magnus.
Oh, and what has happened to this camera? This is to even zoomed in more. They are moving it.
They are you have to see Magnus then.
नहीं ये मजा आ रहा है.
Yeah, they have to show Magnus. Yeah.
But what check? King E7. I think Magnus. No. Oh, he didn't take. Oh, he didn't take.
No, but otherwise also it would be winning, you know.
But he didn't take.
So what did he play?
He played Queen D5. And Bharat is maybe back in the game.
What?
Yeah.
No, not back.
Not back, but at least from a completely winning position. Now Queen D3.
But that's like
Queen
the
D3, Queen
only
F1.
move
अरे
to
but वो तो खेलेगा ना mate है.
Checkmate, you're threatening. But Bharat has 45 seconds.
Because Amruta, then you go into this end game, and okay, I mean, who knows? This might be some chance.
At least like it was just getting over. How did Magnus not play Rook G7? Can you go to that position? I'm also a little bit shocked.
Now you are shocked because, but I
yeah,
mean,
you have been shocked before. I mean, you're ahead of. I'm time traveling. 1961, 2000 rating we are going to reach soon. Oh, he doesn't find it.
No, he goes Queen.
Because he had 9 seconds.
He goes Queen C1. But now Magnus has to find the only move to.
But it's easy, no? Rook G1 is the threat. So you have to stop
Bishop
it. What else
H2.
can you do?
Because now Rook G7 doesn't work, Amruta. If you take here, King takes, Bishop check. The main issue is King H6, and now there's no check here on the Queen.
Yeah. Oh, Magnus is right now. Look, everybody is like just on his game because they know now it's about. That's a fine one. Did Magnus consider anything else for Queen D3, by the way? For Queen D3 here.
No, Queen C4 is the only move. And okay, he thought he will win that double 2 pawns up endgame, but not so clear, no? Whether he will win or not.
But he must have thought, why will somebody think of Queen D3 when they have direct Queen C1?
No, because Queen has to be ahead of the Rook. So when your Queen is here, it can go and give the check. But from here only the Rook
so
can.
So that's the reason I think they have missed it. Because Queen C1, sometimes you just have this block. Okay, he goes Bishop H2.
Finds it.
And then now it's over because if you play C3, there is Queen D7 and you're just, in fact, winning. Yeah. Or the same thing, yeah? You have to do the same thing. Rook G7 sack. You need to give it.
Yeah.
Is that SL Narayanan, by the way?
Yes.
Wait, we'll just...
SL Narayan, go and think on your game.
H4.
Oh, he did take FG. Knight H7.
H4.
And now H4. I think he's very confident about his own game. So.
With 22 minutes equal time. And just quick look at... wait, he played something. What did he play, Magnus? Bharat?
Bharat hardly has time left now.
By the way, Arjun drew. That's the result incoming.
Hmm.
Maybe you can just click here so that the results get updated.
Rook e2 played. But now there are many ways to win. Only thing to take care of. Can we go queen f7 also winning? Yes. Queen f7 take. King g3 you have to go. If you take the rook,
Yeah.
then there is a
Bishop,
chance of a
no,
draw.
what?
Check. King here. Check.
Wow. So cool.
Draw.
So cool. Now rook g8 asks Abhay after queen f7. इलीगल मूव कर रहे हो क्या?
अरे भाई check किधर? Check. Mate.
Where rook g8? You asked. Queen f7.
Himang says Raunak finishes second in World Junior Blitz. That's very interesting. He won the Rapid and now second in Blitz. So that's a good performance by Raunak. Bill Schlaffer says, was he afraid that
He would escape with king f8 after rook g7.
Here, right? So take, check, king f8.
But there is king,
check,
queen 8, king e7. Yeah, this is
check, king e8.
no, king e6, no?
Okay, but how to mate? That's the question here.
Queen d6. No, queen d6, king e8, queen g6, king d8, queen d6 again. Or no idea.
I think he didn't find a win, no, Amrita? Like check. Oops, sorry, not that. Check. It's a tricky position actually to find a win. Like check.
I mean, you have to be brilliant to find a win, but I thought, Magnus is brilliant, but he still says that after, all of these things, he doesn't want to go into that only kind of situations where he has so much.
But Amrita, if Bharat would have played queen d3 here,
yeah, then it would be.
Then queen c4, rook c4, and I was wondering if this position, how easy or difficult it is to convert. Like,
yeah, maybe for Magnus not so tough. Especially he loves to grind in that game. If you show Magnus right now, what he was doing. Magnus doesn't want an easy. Oh, Vaishali is now clearly better. We should have a quick look at it later.
let's go to Vaishali's game.
Gukesh is now watching Magnus's game. So, what did Gukesh play?
Gukesh went c5.
Fine counter attack, and he also looks relaxed. So, SL looks relaxed. Gukesh looks relaxed. Their position, both of them are having equal time. You don't have that hair like Gukesh, so don't even, try that mimicry. Look at that number, 14,07,707.
Wow.
Why does it remind me of James Bond?
Can you go and eat food?
I will, but I'm waiting for this Magnus because it's so much towards the end. Just you want food, by the way?
You are saying I'm waiting for Magnus. Is he going to join you for dinner?
A dream scenario. Chess Aspirant says, Sagar, please add GM chess sets on your website, but I just don't understand what he's meaning by GM chess set. Is it a chess set where you practice and you become a GM? Or is it a chess set where GM practices? Wow! So what exactly is a GM chess set? जरा हमें भी बताओ क्योंकि इधर IM है जो GM बन सकते.
Oh, what happened? I think Magnus played his queen somewhere. Maybe queen d7 or queen f7, and then Bharat took on f2, and I think Magnus is going up. Some moves have been played. So he played queen f7, rook takes, king went up, queen here, and now he took here. Yeah, this is over. Because after take, and take, it is game over. So we are going to
Wait.
witness the finish now.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Ah.
If you can't change others, you change yourself. Change the camera.
Will Magnus analyze? You think? Guys, have you tried to watch the post-game analysis? Wow, what a perfect block. Okay, let's go with that angle. No, this is fine.
Maybe it's time to resign.
Yes. There
Okay,
you
no,
go.
it's flawless game by Magnus.
Wait. तू ह्याच्यावर run कर.
No, it's fine. They're talking.
Do you have another angle also? Can it all? No, it's not.
That's the
That's
arbiter.
a better angle, yeah. Because generally, while analyzing, the arbiter has to tell them that maybe you can analyze later, and it's never easy to say that because the players are so engrossed in analyzing. So, yeah.
I like how Magnus always wants to share his calculations, his thing with his opponent, especially when he wins, but also draw, he does it.
Yeah, and I think he kind of knows that when he analyzes with these youngsters, somewhere it is going to be helpful for them.
Could be.
That way he is very nice, yeah. Wants the stronger position always.
But that's the psyche of most world champions, you know.
They want to play
They
with
want
the
to play
best.
the strongest opponents. They want to make sure that the sport grows. They want to sort of see that good things are happening. Because finally becoming a world champion in a domain means that you also have some kind of a responsibility. I wouldn't call it responsibility, but you just feel it from within that, you know, I would love things to grow here.
He did put his score sheet in his pocket.
Yes. Yeah, he folds it always.
Imagine, no, every score sheet if Magnus at some point auctions it for a fundraiser, let's say.
I wouldn't buy it. Would you buy it?
No, not us, but of course, collectors would buy it, which will be a great fundraiser.
Maybe not such events, but they would buy like a world championship score.
No. Just a Magnus score sheet with his sign, like a big thing.
Amruta, let's go. Yeah, maybe guys, you can say if you want Magnus.
No, wish. Yeah, what?
If you guys got Magnus score sheet, would you be interested in it?
Of course, yes is going to be a completely outrun.
But you know, Amruta, what was the beautiful move that SL had here?
Yeah, before we get into this analysis, I'm really waiting. I want to go to Vaishali's game because it's almost
But why
at the end.
we should go to Vaishali's game?
But why shall?
But why shall I?
Why shall?
Knight C2, Rook B1 found by Vaishali.
Oh, nice.
Queen D8 found. And now let's see.
But now she has been thinking for like 6 minutes, and after Queen D8, does she exchange the queen or does she push the pawn? Important decisions for her.
But everything is winning, guys. Look at this. Take, push the pawn, and now you have two passers along with the rook.
And the knight on C2. Okay, knight A3.
No, I was thinking like back rank issues can we...
Yes, so king F8. Not C6 would be a mistake, right? It's too aage.
No, it's fine. Like, let's see. C6. You can't win a pawn like because C7 and Rook B8. So I think Vaishali is on course, guys.
Actually.
And if Vaishali wins today, her chances of making GM norm increase considerably. I believe then in last 4 rounds, she might have to score only 2 points or something like that. And that means that India would get closer to getting a new GM and a women player becoming a GM after Harika did it in 2011, 12 years ago. No, not today. Asian Prajapati first, she needs to make her third norm, and she also needs to cross 2500, which I don't think she can do in this tournament. She might have to play another couple of events to do that, because she's 52 elo points away and you can't gain so much. So going back to Gukesh versus SL Narayanan, yeah, we can go to Divya's game also in a bit and Anish's game. Here, the main thing is in the game, knight f2 was such a clever move. And it's so tough to find these moves because the point was after you take, I jump with my knight here. I don't even care. And after you take again, I jump with my knight here. I was wondering if that is good. This king h8. And somehow black is surviving. But the better way to do it is instead of check, first take this. So that when he takes, now you go for a check. And when he goes here, you take with the knight. Then he goes here, you take the bishop. And you're winning. So this idea, like how can you find such an idea? In general, it's very tough. But if you want to, you must always keep your eye open for weak squares. So you see that these are weak squares and a knight could be beautiful there. And that's when you reverse engineer and you find the route of the knight to get there. So bishop b5 played, hitting the rook. The rook has to move. Maybe rook f8. D takes, rook d8 played by Gukesh. Once again, SL has a strong move. But what happens generally, and I've seen this happening again and again at top level, is that if the best move is something that a player of Gukesh's caliber has not found, then it's also very unlikely that SL Narayanan might find it. Like knight c3 is the best move now. And the point is that if you take here, I take this and I'm going here for a check, attacking the rook. Right? So, how do you protect this pawn? If you move away the bishop, then already here there is a possibility to still take, and now take the queen. It's brilliant calculation. Take, queen takes, pin here. Oh, this is getting insane. This is getting insane. Knight takes g5, defends it. And then SL Narayanan cannot take here because if he takes queen h7 and he gets mated with the bishop, so he has to play king g2 only move to win. Oh, this is going to get insane. He finds knight c3. Narayanan finds knight c3. Insane stuff going to happen, guys. Do you think... I was thinking that if Gukesh plays bishop b8, we'll win this pawn. Like, free pawn, nice pawn. But the engine is like, go, my friend, go and chop that pawn. And you're like, oh, but I take here, boom, take here, but then take here. And then king g2. How can you find this move? Oh, bishop e8, maybe. Let's see. Guys, what do you think? What do you think will happen in this game? Because both players have 15 minutes, 14 moves to make. This is not going to be... People are saying Anish is losing. I can't believe because his position was like very equalish. What? He's totally lost. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. So at this point, actually, Anish was better. Bishop f7, fe, queen e6, queen e4, queen d7. I think he kind of is fighting for the full point. Rook a d8, e4, knight e7, bishop takes, rook takes. All okay. Queen a7 is a terrible move according to the engine, but it doesn't look so bad. I mean, the player of Anish's caliber, if he plays this, Oh, he just blundered it totally. You know, guys, what did he blunder here? D5. He just missed this move completely. Because after takes, I think what he didn't see is this queen and knight getting attacked. Yes, Palanyappan Arunachalam, exactly. So he had to play c5 and now queen e3 and he's losing this pawn. Because if you try to defend it this way, I can already start pushing my pawn. Here, rook is coming in, you're losing the pawn, you have a central pawn. Anish is gone. This game is just over. Huge result. And Abdu Sattarov is beating Karthik Venkatraman. Nodirbek now turning on the screws against Adiban. Adiban in big trouble. Visak NR is losing against Karthikeyan Murli. Sankalp Gupta is equal against Jakhongir Wakidov. Sethu Raman is equal against Kevlishvili. Seems like this game should end in a draw with accurate play, but lot of imbalances. Vaishali is thinking still whether she should take or not, but very likely she will win. Let's go to the game of Gukesh and SL. After knight c3, Gukesh's time running low, 13 minutes on the clock. Mishal has been asking for Divya's game from quite some time, so we'll quickly check what is up with Divya Deshmukh because her game was very, very exciting. We saw until here, she went here, rook went here, queen c4, knight went back. She's playing really well. Bishop a4, maybe not the best move. She plays it, rook c8, queen e7, rook d4, knight comes up, takes, rook moves forward, queen come here. And actually the position is complex, guys. Don't really believe the bar here somehow. Because although white is an exchange up, black has two pawns and it's not at all easy to play this position. I think anything can happen. Divya still in with a very good chance here. And what about Fedosiev and Vantika? Because that was also an important game today. Fedosiev, Vantika Agrawal. Vantika is one of India's top female players. She's taking on Fedosiev, who's not been a very happy person at this tournament. It seems like Vantika is holding her own against Fedosiev right now. Brings a queen in. And I think taking this would be just completely bad because after take, guys, either I can take this, but there is another strong move, which is a typical one here. Can you find it? White to play. Let's go.
Any results in the last 5 minutes?
No, but Amruta, SL Narayanan and Gukesh's game is going insanely crazy. We are going to go there. But Ravi Gupta, Arihant, Ritika Thota, Palaniappan, Clock, Saint Snipes, Pritham, Sar Cream, take this pawn, king takes, and now check here, king f8. And I think the winning move should be bishop g6. Yes, it is. Forced mate. And you can't bring the queen here because it's controlled. So that's lost. So maybe, Vantika has good chances. You can't take here if you trade the queens. That's already moving closer towards equality.
Thota says, I liked and subscribed most of your videos. That's nice.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Abhimanyu Puranik already beat Mukhaddin Madamino. It's already a big result. Just rook b1 was a terrible move by Abhimanyu, knight h4, and he got crushed just like that. Amruta. The pin.
Oh,
Insane, no? He just got crushed without a fight.
the king on g3. Yeah, if you give Abhimanyu a chance to attack, which is his style, then
He just crushed him.
not so easy.
Totally. Wow. And Madamino had beaten Maksudlu in this tournament. So. And Anish is totally lost. Anish is completely lost. Unbelievable blunder by him, Amruta. And I want to ask you, he played Queen A7 here. What would you play as white? White to play. Because the position was equal. It was equal. He plays this.
E5.
Sorry?
E5 is the first thing with that. Bishop E4, Bishop E1, Queen D3. Not good, huh?
Too slow.
D5. Too slow.
D5, game over. You're winning the pawn. Yeah. Pawn push. If
so
you
that
take
one move changed everything, yeah?
no, just
This is the idea. Sorry, I did not even get that.
okay. Let's go to the game of Gukesh and SL.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, Amruta. Gukesh, you remember he played C5 move here. He attacked. Gukesh went here. Now knight c3 found the best move found by SL Narayan. Now what is his idea? He wants to take this and attack here, correct? So if you are Gukesh, you want to save this pawn. If you want to save this pawn, you would think about moving your bishop back, correct? Now SL can be like, okay, I will win a pawn. Nice, happy guy, one pawn up. But he can also get greedy and he can take here. And you'll be like, oh, but now this is hanging. This is just free knight. But then you can go and chop this, attacking the queen and the rook. So he must take. And then you take this pinning here. And it seems like it's game over because the bishop is coming back and you can't even break the pin because it's mate. And if you go the other side, then the rook is hanging. But in comes this insane move for black. Knight takes pawn, defending the rook. And if you take the knight, a check and mate.
Freak.
And the only winning move here is King G2.
No, come on. This is like impossible. It's like you are on that marriage portal, you're finding a girl for yourself and you have this 100 things which you want in your partner, and then it's like impossible.
And sometimes you get it.
No, you never get it.
Let's see.
There's no perfect partner.
Rakesh says, will Gukesh hold this position? I guess he will maybe make it very tricky for SL Narayanan to win this. But SL has been resolute in his moves. He has been finding good moves. So I'm not very sure now. What do you think, Amruta?
Yeah. It's very hard to predict.
You can eat food.
शांति से खाना खाते हो.
Amruta is like, खाना अच्छा है, but it's very hard to predict. Let's see if we have some. Oh, we have the cams.
Oh, Gukesh and SL.
Yes.
Nice.
Let's see what SL. No, has Gukesh made his move?
No, this is not the one.
What is not the one? This is the one.
This is the 15-minute older one.
Yeah, but what 15 minutes? We are 15 minutes away.
No, but it's
Oh, he played bishop b8. No, he took CD. Oh, CD happened.
Achha.
Knight d5 happened. Rook e4 happened. Gukesh finds rook e4. Okay, what? And he finds rook h3. Defending here, attacking here.
So SL is like
SL is completely winning now. What did Gukesh do? 1 second. And SL just got up from his chair after. Is it rook h3 or is it the next move?
Oh, 40 moves, no?
He just got up from the chair.
Is that the live position on the board which is there on leeches, you mean?
Yes, Amruta.
Okay,
Don't
got
worry.
Got it.
Rook e5. Yeah, I think now SL made this next move and got up.
Rook f7 says Itachi.
No, rook e5 now. Okay. I think SL has gone back to his chair now, thinking. about what to do. His best move here is to take the pawn, because then you take here, I take here, and there's no good disco. Disco. Yeah, World Cup mein actually Gukesh had eliminated SL, if you remember.
Ah, yes. Siddharth, is Gukesh struggling because it has been a very long and busy year for him? Seems like he hasn't had a break at all.
I don't see him struggling as such. He's just fighting and he's playing chess. He's learning, he's improving. He has his good games, he has his bad games. It's just a part of the process, I think. But I think today SL Narayanan just showed unbelievable chess.
Hmm. His proper opening preparation was good, Sagar. Like, if you go back here, just one move. Whoa! Okay, we'll not reveal the secret.
No, we can, we can.
We can.
Let's reveal it to our chat. I think they would really appreciate it because they've been following us, and so guys, what is coming for you is this one. Where is it?
Which one?
An interview with Magnus Carlsen by Aditya from the Qatar Masters. 8 minutes of interview. Very cool.
Amazing. Oh, amazing.
Rookie 5 and SL is not, SL, I found it a little bit weird, Amruta, that he actually got up from his chair. And now when Gukesh played his move, he's not making his move. Like generally you get up, the way he got up was like, I think I'm winning, right? But now he's thinking, and what is he thinking? I mean, maybe he's getting confused amidst the good options he has, because he has E4, he has ED4, he has many good moves.
Pav bhaji, biryani. By the way, I missed it. Next video says, hello Amrita and Sagar bhai, I was watching your E4 opening video, Pete Biswa. Very good video.
Oh yes,
nice.
that was an old one actually.
Then you would even like with Suhani as well, no?
No, that
D4.
one was a little advanced actually, E4. Yeah, with Suhani it's basic. E4 and D4. So all basic.
In fact, that you can tell the beginners, who are about until 1200.
Saran says Gukesh finally losing this after many hiccups. Guys, as we already know, we can never say it's the end of the road for Gukesh until it's the end of the road. We have to wait. Because this guy can really turn things around.
What about Vaishali? Maybe once we can see that as well.
Who, Vaishali? Oh, Vaishali, yes, Queen D8 move. What happened after that? Chuck. She's converting it. Oh my god. She played C5. Knight A3. Rook B7. Amruta, if Vaishali gets really close to GM norm, we can ask if Prag can join us for a few minutes. That would be epic, no?
But then he would be helping. Oh, but that would be... At least we should try.
We should ask him. C6, idea C7 and Rook B8.
And maybe also Ramesh.
Yeah. Guys, when is Navratri starting? Hikaru drew, guys. Hikaru drew. Actually, we should keep the Hikaru bar, no? Because many people coming in and asking what happened to Hikaru. What is SL thinking so much? Okay, he took. He took the pawn. Okay, zooming in, zooming in. He's taken the pawn, by the way. Sometimes the video makes the move faster, sometimes the board makes the move faster. It's a little bit tricky, but there's always a gap of like 15-20 seconds. आज से start है ना हाँ वही everywhere there was a lot of sound and also so much. Okay, he played rook f5, so he took rook f5 gf5. Okay. Adhyan, the move number is 30. 10 more moves to make for Gukesh and SL. So rook takes, pawn takes, and now this is a key move. मला नको मी अंदर गई ना. Okay, Navratri starts today. Good. Yes.
अरे आज नवरात्रि स्टार्ट हो रही है.
हाँ हाँ.
सागर चलो डांस करो. Every disco you will. How do you think of this idea actually, Sagar? Chess and dancing. So whenever you are teaching chess and a disco comes, you have to teach another step, dance step. So chess and dancing.
Yes.
करनी है क्लास.
Shlok Trehan, yes, Prag will play Grand Swiss. SL made a mistake? What?
Was that position like you can go wrong? No. Because it's way clear, no, in compared to the... Only thing is white king is very weak. Weaker than black king.
I think,
Feels-
Amruta, if SL Narayanan can find this tough move here, which is knight e3, attacking this pawn. Because one of the things could be that he could be afraid of this. Knight takes and some check. Because a check could come here. But the thing is, after bishop goes back, there's nothing happening and white is completely winning. But he doesn't find it. He plays queen f2, which is
How
the...
did people get to know he played queen f2? I'm very surprised.
Yeah,
Then?
maybe on some platform it comes a little early. Queen f2 played.
It still maintains, no? The advantage?
No, someone
Oh,
said...
there it is. Yes.
Kaushik, where?
They were taking the camera at him.
Okay, this camera is here. We can keep this. Okay, so from here we know it's queen f2 and now it's Gukesh's move. And guys, 8 minutes 30 seconds for Gukesh, 8 minutes 30 seconds for SL. Actually, you know, Amruta, the way SL has played this game, I feel like he truly has shown that he belongs right up there, no? Like,
Yeah, and I do think he's such a solid person that somehow this is, and also the way he's playing in this event, I don't think it is going to be so easy for Gukesh to make a comeback in this game. It's hard. It's hard, I think.
Itachi gives a very good idea. He says, why don't you start a
Exactly.
series of opening prep every week and conduct blitz games in Lee Chess only from that opening?
Absolutely amazing idea, Itachi.
Because we did something similar in the World Championship, where opening tournament we used to have an arena from whatever openings would be played in Nepoding. But this is a great idea. You teach and then you play. Teach and play. It's like every... Amruta, look at today's day. Like all boards, if you see, Rudik beating Giri, right?
Yeah.
SL beating Gukesh, Magnus beating Bharat.
No, Magnus was...
No, I mean all white wins. Nodirbek Karthik, Nodirbek Adhiban. Adhiban is completely losing now. Vaishali Wokido, Vantika. It looks like a white day. I mean, in terms of English, it's a white day, and in Marathi, it's a white day for a few people. Even in the last SL Gukesh game, SL was doing well, and yeah, I remember in the World Cup. Prasad Vidit is not playing here. Vidit will play in Isle of Man, which starts from 25th of October.
Anish is roaming around. What's happening to his game? Asks Rohan.
I think he's roaming around because there's nothing much left to be done for him. His position is just terrible. So he's just hoping that something turns up.
Yeah, it's like you are sitting in an examination hall. Whatever answers you are getting, you have written. अभी 3 घंटे
अभी आ नहीं रहा है.
2 घंटा बाकी लोगों में देखो. I think you would be using each and every minute, no, of your time writing paper, or how would it be?
Yeah, sometimes when I would not know something, I would still make up something and write.
Storytelling, yeah. उसके बदले में some story for the teacher to read.
By the way, Ilam Parithi is losing against Sandeepan Chanda. So that's a interesting result there. And also Eric Rosen is winning against A.L. Mutaiya, which is a big result. I would say like Mutaiya played so well with Magnus that he was a heavy favorite against Eric. But he's managed to beat him. And there SL has got up from the chair.
And Anish is watching the game.
So Queen F2 Rook C8 played by Gukesh. Yeah, he plays it Rook C8. Okay. Now SL comes back and sits down.
Oh, they have to make 9 moves.
9 moves in 8 minutes.
SL has 8, but Gukesh has 5.
5 minutes. Krishna Thakur says, please tell me why Hikaru didn't go for US championships. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I think that maybe I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Because anyway, he wants to sort of gain rating, right? For the candidate spot of rating. So for him, gaining rating there or here?
Also, maybe from here he might directly go to Isle of Man. He will not go to US. So he kind of settles down in the time zone.
How much different is the time? Not huge, right?
With Isle of Man. People will know.
Okay. They have changed the... Let's keep this here. Rook C3 played, Amruta, by SL.
No, he's playing very solid.
Very
and
solid.
I think the way he's playing, keeping some time in hand.
I was wondering if taking here, check. This is already Gukesh.
Yeah.
Gukesh doing his stuff, no? Tricking his opponent. No, now takes. Today, do you think that Gukesh will be able to trick him, or
No.
it seems impossible, no?
No,
This
I
game?
don't think. I think SL's form is way different.
Kaustub says in C Squared podcast, they said because Hikaru had an event, so he denied the US championship first. Later, they gave the spot to someone else.
Oh, then it must be the Magnus Hikaru one.
No, but that was 28 October to 4th November, so that was away. Or was it some other date? I don't know. Maybe. Nihal drew. Prag didn't play the Qatar Masters, not sure why, but maybe some rest. Aniket says, can we say that Gukesh only has to stay ahead of Anish to get into candidates through the circuit? I would still bet on Gukesh to win this game. Oof. Win this game is too much. Come on, Aniket. It's very tough. Very tough, I would say.
But maybe whatever happens, it's like a result for any side. I don't think this can end in a draw. So it could be either or a perpetual is also possible. Yeah, very hard.
I mean, if Gukesh saves this game, I would definitely take a picture of falling on his feet when I meet him next. Not falling, but like sort of doing this to him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bhulna mat.
No, why should I forget? But why is Narayanan not playing? I mean, is he confused between taking the knight or taking with the pawn? Because
That pawn now, obviously.
pawn, I think he's a little bit. Maybe if you lose this pawn, how bad is it? Because we don't care about such pawns when we are sitting here drinking buttermilk, eating food, enjoying. But he cares, no? Bishop
गाजर
d3.
खाना है?
So maybe he takes with the knight then.
No, he took.
He took with the pawn. Queen g6, defending. Bishop d3, again the best move. Wow.
Okay, let's have a quick look at Vaishali. Because it's important that you don't make a blunder, yeah, in that position.
Oh, Sunmeet says US Championship is not a FIDE circuit tourney. Oh, really? What do you want to see? Sorry. Vaishali.
Really want to see that. And game is also very interesting.
So she went here. Knight went back. Knight d4. She found the best move. Threatening to do here and take this.
Would it be different if she would have gone knight e5?
Yeah, because she has to go this way, no?
That side. She has to go that side.
She played this.
Oh, in time, yeah. If you take for the rook end game, knight b5, ab5, king d6.
This is an interesting move by Wokido.
Wait. If knight b5,
see it.
Ooh.
So d4. Now can we take this? I think the idea of Wokido was to take, but then knight b5.
Rook c1 check and d3 may feel that he can fight in this position.
Yeah. But I think eventually the king will come here. Check. I mean, rook will come here. Sorry.
But what did she play? Because if that is winning, then maybe better to.
No, she played whoa.
Yeah, this is much better. Stopping your opponent's counter play.
Yes, but how about king d7 now? And now you take, and now you are not worried about this because now anyway you are. This check means your king comes out. Fantastic,
nice
no?
Move, yeah. King f1 was really amazing. a5, king d7. Now she goes a5.
Why did she go a5 and now not take this? I mean, she could have taken this.
No, but a5 is, I think, getting game over. a6.
No. Don't play a6 now. Knight b5.
c8, king c8. Stop है सब.
A6. Now this is hanging actually. At this point, this is hanging. So she must take. Force. Now take. I don't know.
Now can you go?
It's always tricky to coordinate because like check, king here and e5, but there's rook. A6 is also there. Yeah. I think Vaishali will win this. Let's go.
Gukesh got a chance. F4 only move.
Whoa. What? Queen g6. Bishop d3, queen e6, and now the best move here was knight coming back. The main point being that if you push the pawn, my knight jumps in. Okay. But instead, he went pawn forward.
Very natural move, by the way.
Yeah, and they are saying that f4 is the only move. Yeah, this is the only move, but I'm sure Gukesh will find it if it's the only move, because
what happens for any other natural move? Suppose he doesn't. That's the threat.
No, the thing is, this is hanging, no, Amruta. So
yeah, so he will consider actually as the first thing, no, to push f4. So if f4, knight f4, can you show what's the problem?
F4, knight f4, queen g4, attacking here, and this check threatened. I think that's nasty.
Knight.
No, f4 is for sure. He'll play it. F4. I think Amruta, he will for sure play.
But if he had f4 since a long time, any such kind of an idea, or
why can't we see Gukesh's game? Come on, is this how good is this game? Let's see just very quickly. Salem Maksud. Okay, Maksud is also winning, so clearly both games are interesting. But f4.
So important moment, but he has 2 minutes 45 seconds. And let's see if Gukesh finds f4. It could get complicated. But if you show f4, what is the move that SL will have to find?
F4. I think he has to find some move like queen f1 to stop queen h.
What is the problem with queen f3? Queen e1 check. Okay, if you show queen f3, then there's queen e1 and queen h4, right?
And if you play queen f1, I was wondering if queen g4
Yeah,
is strong.
anyway, no.
Oh, but then
no.
there's check and take and
Yeah. Oh, he finds it.
he finds f4. Yes, he played f4. Everyone had said he has 4 minutes and f4 already played. Okay. Okay, going back. Yay! The camera's going back. Come on. Left. Left se le lo bhaiya.
But they can have both the boards, no? Because I think on top,
They have kept one camera on
the
this.
topmost board is Gukesh now, third
On
board.
this.
So they should. Abhidaya OP. Anish went past by. Guys, Abhidaya has made this wonderful creatives, this whole layout. How did you find Qatar's layout?
Vaishali won, Amruta.
Oh, really? So she had a performance of 2713, and today after winning, it will be
Wait. I am not sure. Huh? Oh, she won.
brilliant, man. This is too good. What, he resigned?
Yeah. Epic, guys.
Never
Vaishali OP हो जाए chat में for Vaishali. Amazing play by her. Really good play. Tremendous play.
I now know why Prag is not playing. Because Vaishali would have beaten Prag in this tournament in this form. That's why Prag is not playing.
Sudarshan Rangan says the layout is fantastic. The color scheme and layout with the video from the hall. You know, Amruta, Boris Avruk, who is a famous author, he wrote on Twitter after seeing one of Vaishali's game. He wrote, I don't even know after seeing this who is stronger, Pragnananda or Vaishali. So,
Wow.
you know, people are taking notice of Vaishali there.
Yeah.
I think Vaishali is still has to play very well in the full tournament because a GM norm happens only when you are able to perform at a rating of 2600 in 9 rounds, not before that. So, okay, by the way, f4 played, and I think SL and the arbiter is right there in the center. The cameraman is trying to get the footage. He's got SL and the view. Oh, SL takes the pawn, but now Gukesh is back. Guys, did I say if Gukesh wins, I have to fall on his feet, or a draw was enough? I forgot, because now he's back like in a huge way. All he needs is queen g4. I think to beat draw is okay, huh? Okay. Fine. I will go to Isle of Man and do it. I'll ask someone to take a picture of me bowing down to the great Gookie if he saves this. But, you know, now it seems very much savable because just queen g4. Kyoto says GM norm handbook is changed since 1st January 23. But I don't think the rule has changed for GM norms, no? Guys, bars तो सब ठीक है अभी तक. अभी change हो रहे हैं सब. And tell us which bars should we add more. Whose games? I think there was a request for Divya's game, right? Maybe we'll add her. Anyone else? Because now we have some more space developing and we can close some. I think I'll close Rinath Arjun. Hmm? No, I'm fine. फिर रुको, गुकेश ने बचा लिया पोजीशन.
What? It is equalized?
Yeah.
After f4, knight f4. Oh.
No, he had to play queen f1, right? Which is what we
Right,
thought.
which was something. But he takes knight f4.
Took.
Oh, so many moves. What's happening?
Is it like Amrita?
Yeah.
Is it like impossible to even? Oh, he took, which is not a good move.
What did he have to play?
Queen g4 he had to find.
Very surprising that bishop seemed like the main one, no? To
Take.
get the advantage.
Take, queen takes, queen c4, h5. So white still is pressing here. But on the video, I think moves are just not happening, huh? Oh, the video had got stuck. So now we have h5. This is move
So
39.
white is a pawn up right now. And so queen exchange would not be a problem. That is a big benefit to white until now.
Actually, this endgame, how much is it winning? But you know,
Very
if
well.
SL Narayanan gets 40 minutes now, after 40 moves, 30 minutes, which is one move away, he should be able to convert this, no?
Very surprising decision, no? But over here, after f4, if you found that move,
Yeah.
then knight f4, and then queen g4 is
I
the.
think he must have not
wha-
found
one-
something here.
Here you have, let's say, take.
Yeah. Here maybe he didn't find.
Knight g2, there is
Maybe-
queen h3.
Maybe he didn't like knight d5 here. Or there's queen h3, yeah.
But h5, queen g5 is the problem. c5, what is the problem?
I don't know, but
Bishop f4,
anyway, he's played what? The move? b5. But I feel, Amrita, chances of holding this are still there because, you know, in such queen end games, it's sometimes tricky to win. And it's the
Perfectly.
last move, by the way,
Hmm.
before time control that SL has to make because it's the 40th move. And I think the only move here is queen f6.
No, even queen e4, right?
He played
Should
queen
be
e4
okay.
actually.
Yeah, queen e4 as well.
Fine. Yeah. Maybe it's fine. So SL Narayanan goes to move 40 and Gukesh also makes his 40. Oh, he touches the king, wants to bring it back, but then leaves it back.
So where exactly? King g8 and king h8.
That is
King
Anish,
G8
no?
match.
Who's watching?
Yeah.
Anish is like Gukesh. अपना दोनों का fight है FIDE circuit में. So if I lose, you also lose. So then we both are still in the fight. King g8 played. 40 moves done. Arey, watching from the Philippines, Raymond. Thank you, Raymond. Nihal drew. Divya is losing. Amruta Vantika is also worse. So slowly things have changed. And by the way, both Nodirbeks have beaten Karthik and Adiban. So Abdul Sattarov beats Karthik Venkatraman and Yakuboyev beats Adiban.
Randy says Anish is everywhere, but at his own board.
Anish. So
Mark
guys,
says
Amruta,
Princeton,
can we have a
Nice.
poll which asks people,
Anji.
can Gukesh save this game?
That's a good one. Sylvan says watching from Canada. Oh, nice. Because candidates is happening there. So I'm sure many people will be going.
Guys, I've put up the poll. Let's see how much trust you have on Gukesh because the assessment of this position is roughly around plus 1.5 to 2, which means that white is 2 pawns up. You can imagine like that.
Next video, you'll have to send it again. I think I missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Dex video said, can we do a small sort of a tutorial for opening encyclopedia after the stream? I think I will if you remind me. Yes. Rohit Gangan says, Sagar, any tips for clearing IPCC exams? One tip I can give you, Rohit, is that try to study from the perspective of things, how they pan out in the practical world. Not just, you can see SL Narayanan not very happy, no, Amruta?
Maybe he understand what he had earlier was maybe much easier for him. But this is still very
He
good.
feels very sad, like
Yeah,
tired.
maybe he thinks it's draw now.
I don't think
Oh,
so.
I mean, less advantage. Assessment might not be the same. But yeah,
I
you
mean,
were
it's a
saying
lot of
something.
hard work now to win.
Yeah.
And I think someone like Magnus can do it well.
Queen e8 check. But with in Magnus versus Gukesh versus Magnus in Norway, where Magnus had this queen endgame and he tried to press really hard and then he had got a better position, but Gukesh managed to save that. So it was
Yeah.
somehow Gukesh just like is just there,
Yeah, he's there. He just takes the moment. Like any mistake by his opponent, he grabs it. But okay, today it's been back and forth.
Today it's tough, very tough.
Yeah, and to that IPCC question, I think it's just study from the perspective. Like one of the things which I feel is like if I had studied C for CA exams, thinking that I already run a company like ChessBase India, then it would have helped me so much because there are accounting things which happen, there are tax things which are needed, there is strategic, what was that, financial SFM or something. There was also costing. All of that is happening in the work, like, whenever we do something. So try to pick up something that you want to build in future or you're already working on or some practical example, and then study based on it. Very valuable.
But he got up again, yeah.
Yeah. Maksudlu is having an extra pawn, so he will win.
What about Anish? Does he have any chance to save?
Looks difficult. His opponent right now made this move. He played g6, hitting the bishop. He pushed. So if you take the bishop, he will take this, which is very interesting because when you are a piece up, generally you don't want to get into such messy things. I mean, when you are winning
Yeah.
so much, but yeah, he's happy with it because now this is hanging, this is hanging. White wins.
So Anish seems very much in
Anish
trouble.
is
In fact,
very much in trouble, and Karthik and Murli now, who had a clear advantage, seems to be like a drawish position. Both Gukesh and Narayanan gone. I think they went to the washroom because after 40
Ah.
moves. Sankalp Gupta, Vakidov, Jakhongir, drawish, but I would say black might have some chances here.
No, but look at the pawns on the
Yeah.
king side. The king is weak, so drawish.
Should be a draw.
Aussie Adam.
David Paravian winning against Fauzi Adam. Sethuraman drew with Kevlishvili. Robbie. Equal in Ahmadzada and Kuibakurov. Vaishali beat Shamshidin. Lakshman lost to Aditya. Samadov Reed losing to Jordan Van Forest. Jordan's game is also very complex, no? Like, look at.
Hmm. Yeah, he is a very creative player actually. Leon, what's up with him? Aryan Chopra beat Shardul Gagre, by the
Oh,
way.
this looks like Leon has an extra pawn.
Why is it so equal?
So sure. Oh. Sri Hari beating Emre Chan. So Sri Hari's tournament after Gukesh comes back now.
Drinks water.
Drinks water. Focuses.
But Estelle also, it seems like they both went together.
After beating Magnus yesterday, Pranesh has a good position. Oh,
No,
Aditya
he didn't
Samant.
beat Magnus.
After losing to Magnus, sorry. Oh, Aditya Samant made an inaccuracy in the opening, but he won. We won this game. Completely lost out of the open.
The queen got trapped or what?
Yeah,
Oh
sort
my
of.
God.
Avantika having to defend a tough endgame,
But
Amrita.
you can't say it's completely lost yet.
I don't
It's
think
some
so.
chances.
I'm sure there are good chances.
Yeah, Fortress and
Arvind
Arvind is
beating
winning. Wow.
Lagunov Rafael. Abhijit Gupta beat Vianney. Divya losing against Parligras. Yeah.
Aditya says writing a lab manual and seeing ChessBase is the best combo. अरे lab manual भी लिख रहे हो. Nice. Abhi chess as Sagar, I'm in CA final, and if I want to start my OTB chess after CA, can I at least get to 2000 LO? If yes, what will it take?
Nothing. It takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of tournaments to play. And I think in general, anything which is valuable to achieve is never easy. So I think you should not worry about reaching. You should just play tournaments. You will reach. Oh, if SL Narayan wins, he will be in sole lead, huh, Amruta? Maybe.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
That will be a huge thing because, yeah, Magnus was also 1 point down. True. Queen e8 check. What did Gukesh play? King h7 or g7? What's that? Do you think if he goes king h7, SL will give... No, SL won't give perpetual for sure. Both the moves have... he goes king h7. Okay, now g6 seems very tempting there. Jian says, are they allowed to spy on other games during their games? Yes, that is completely allowed once in the tournament hall. You can roam around, see the games. It's not really spying there, but it's allowed. SL went g6. Yeah, no, the question is, if you go g6, most tempting move, yeah? Like if you take here, queen g6, no, you would like to consider h g6, but then king g7, queen f7 is completely controlled. No progress. So what the hell? He plays g6. SL makes a big mistake, completely equalizing here. As soon as Sagar left, I think he had to give a check. He had to be in this position. And here he had to find a way to progress instead of giving the check on e8. And that was to start bringing your king up. In which sense he had to, get into all these calculations of queen a2 check, losing the a3 pawn. And that's another story. We should get into that. But what he plays is g6, which looks very tempting. But at the end of it, what? Yes. It's completely equalizing now. While I was just looking at g6, if the first move, you want to consider as a natural idea. Okay, but black to play, guys, one question to all of you. Gukesh has not yet made the move. What would be the best response to this move? Black to play. I can't. I mean, when SL played such an amazing game, then I'm not able to understand or decode this move. Exactly. I don't.
Getting 30 minutes.
But you were very right. Now that we joined the dots, he was very sad.
Yeah.
He assessed this position as equal. just looking at it, it feels like a perpetual to are going to come. Just a feeling, with the exposed king where there is no pawn in this whole square. Let me see what the chat has suggested. The move for Gukesh. King at 6 and FG6. But yeah, king at 6 is really the best answer. So funny that you are allowing G takes F7 where there can be a queen. But टेंशन काय को लेने का, सही बोलता है, सही बोलता है.
And Amrita, what about queen takes f7?
Perpetual. Huh?
Queen takes f7 instead of g takes f7.
Yeah. If queen takes f7, very hard. Queen d4. Once again, the plan is to
Not so easy to assess.
take and take. To make random move khelo. Random. You can't push this pawn. You can't push this pawn.
But if
You can't. Can you give a check? Then I take
Can
this.
any black
Can you
player
give a
go
check?
into such a line?
If that's like the only move, then maybe yeah.
So instead of that fg6, let's look at instead of king at 6.
That is way more natural.
Yeah.
So fg6 if you play. So again, which looks more natural to you, h or queen?
Because if fg6, king g7, you have no checks also without
No
losing
check.
the pawn.
And if you give, let's say, this check,
King
king g6, queen
So it's a
a7, where
draw.
you have again queen f1.
No, it's a draw. No, this can't.
So queen g6. But then if you have this one pawn is gone with the h5 pawn,
King h8
king h8.
at 6 maybe. But that's again a draw, no?
Hey, one question is for h6 if I give a check, and if you go first, let me improve, you give a check, let me improve, you give a check, let me improve, you give another check, and let's say I go queen g, no, then I lose this pawn, so king h5, and you don't have a check here, so you will have to give this check, and my king is.
What are you trying to prove? There's no stalemate. I have two black pawns.
No, I was just trying to see that can I exchange the queens, like this king pawn endgame.
Yeah, that's winning for white.
Winning for white because this
D5.
pawn is advancing.
Gukesh so lucky in this tournament, says someone in the chat. But Amruta, I don't know if it is luck or because very strong players are getting.
If every game people are falling for this thing, it doesn't seem like luck, yeah. It just there is maybe we have to find a word. I don't know what that word is, but the word is not luck.
I think it's resistance, and also I know certain players are good at this, but they get really into trouble when their opponents start to know that they are like this. They are tricky, and then they become very careful against them.
Yeah.
And I think people are going to do that against Gukesh.
In fact, there are some players who fall in this style. I mean, there will be many players, but in women's, we had a very strong player, Vijaya Lakshmi, who is a
Yeah, she
who
used to
actually could have been the third women grandmaster. She was so close, right? She has all the norms, or she has all the norms, and she's not reached 2500. And she used to always play with a bad position. But at the end of the game, the whole time it would be a debate with the opponent because she never felt her position was bad.
Yeah.
So
And I think that's one of the key ways in which you become a good defender is that you don't think your position is so bad.
Yeah.
And I think for Gukesh also that truth remains that he's never pessimistic about his position. He's always looking for chances.
Yeah.
That's how you save bad positions.
That's how you save life.
Yeah. That's how you remain happy in life.
Yeah. No, but that is a style of players. What I mean is there is a category of players who like to play this, and you don't mind, getting that kind of a position where you always believe. It requires an immense belief in yourself that you can get out of it. Immense belief. Oh, Rohit Jha says my teacher's name was Vijaya Lakshmi, and even she used to play chess at a professional level.
He took the pawn.
FG6 played. And Queen G6 and King H8.
Draw. insane. Now
Why my prediction completely gone wrong? Because I literally didn't think that SL will not be able to convert from that position. But then this guy is like unstoppable. Or it would be interesting to know, like, one very important question, that did he always knew that he had a bad position, and would he call this luck? That that can be a question. If Gukesh says, yeah, I was lucky in all games, then okay. But that resistance, how many times we see such kind of resistance is another question. Not so often. Queen f6 check, he goes king f7. Is SL going to repeat here? Or maybe if SL wants to keep this fight in any way, let's say he gives this check, queen f5 check, putting Gukesh under a question, where do you want to go? Out of these 4 places, there is only one right place. This is obviously a big blunder. There's a checkmate there. So out of these 3 places, there's one move which is right and 2 others are wrong. So let me ask you, let's see how easy or tough it is. Black to play. Which one are you going to choose out of the 3?
he did give that check.
Yeah, so guys, before Gukesh makes the move, quickly, what's your opinion here? Black to play. King g7, king g8, king h8. These are the 3 moves you are having, and in the first 3 answers at least I have all 3 different moves. So we don't know where this is going, but
Saran Srinivasan needs black to play, not white. And
king g7
hey, why
and
is
king
Gukesh
h8 is
laughing?
winning.
Why is Gukesh laughing?
He can't believe. Maybe he did think he was losing and he cannot believe what happened. Or maybe he finds something very beautiful. Maybe he finds all of you who have said king g7 and king h8. In fact, just to show
He
you,
plays king g.
king g7. Look at this. Maximum people blundering. I mean, giving a chance to your opponent. Maybe I would put it in that way, because now d5, and it gives a great opportunity for white.
Mudha, can we look at Gukesh once?
एक बार क्या 1000 बार.
No, guys, look at this. We can go back.
Oh. अनीश भी तो है इधर. किधर हंस रहा है? Oh, he does play king g7. But then d5 gives some chance for SL. Where did he laugh?
Yeah, I'm just going back and trying to.
Here, maybe a 5 seconds, 10 seconds before. And what was the problem for king h8? Maybe the same. So why king g8 was the best move? Is a question.
Oh, I think he's laughing on the board.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. What? He cannot believe. He's saying like, I can't believe it. What happened?
I think maybe he was calculating king h6 and this was mate in 1.
Oh. Big chances. And then he quickly goes king g7. Oh, so true. That's a good decode.
Could be.
Okay, shall we go? I want to analyze this. Shall we go through this position?
Sure.
But that is a good one. Yeah, sometimes you can have a blind spot. And so one more thing, if you go king h8, still you see the bar just completely crazy. Still you can go with d5, and that's queen or queen e5 check. But let's say even d5 here, there is no perpetual because this is taken care of. You may go queen c1 check, king g2, queen b2 check, king f3. I don't really care that if you take this pawn, my king King will just march here.
It might be not so easy, but yeah, you're right. Bringing the king up. He plays
Oh
d5.
man, he plays d5. But what was the big difference if you go king g8? Or not much difference, yeah? Why can't you play d5 now? Somehow, oh, this is, I would say, very tough. Like you also start with your pawn here, a5, b4.
It's not humanly possible to know the
No.
difference. By the way, from Norway, we have Howard
Wait.
Kwangarsnes.
Kwangarsnes.
He says, hi from Norway, been following your broadcast for Qatar Masters, and I must say that I really enjoy the format and commentary you provide. Thank you, great stuff. Thank you so much, Howard. So, Amruta, Gukesh most likely will anyway go a5, no?
In fact, if he doesn't go a5, it's a big trouble.
No, he will play it. That's the logical move.
No, the logic. Can I not try to win this pawn? That seems like
That's
the
another
most.
idea, but then it only helps white to move because you know, Amruta,
Yeah,
in
this
queen end
position.
games, even if you win the pawn, more important than that is how much your pawns are advanced. So if you can play a5 and b4, it's more valuable than just winning this pawn because you haven't pushed it.
Correct. That's true. That's true. So the pawns need to be really street smart over here. That's more important. Itachi says, okay, very interesting. Let Sagar come. I'll read the comment. But d5, let's try to decode a little bit here. a5 is like the, best move because you have to start with your counterplay. And how does this give white still or keep white's advantage? SL will have to find his next move, queen e5 check over here. So check. Now Gukesh will again, all the time Gukesh will be put in this conundrum, whether to go, where to go. It's like he will have some choices, but it's never going to be the same thing. Last time king g7 was better, and then later something else is better. So let's say he goes king f7. The problem is d6 happens, and then yeah.
इसमें तुम पूरा humanly कर. Yeah. But I think because engine will go up down.
Engine will go up down, up down. So what Sagar actually saying is, let's take the moves from the people there. Okay, that's a cool idea. Guys, can you suggest? And me. मैंने भी सोचना है, आपने भी सोचना है. I have to think, you have to think, and we have to come with the moves. But in the chat, there have been some nice comments there. One thing Sagar Adam says, hey from Australia, I love your streams. They start at 11 p.m. here. And then I watch well into the night while I study. Oh, but do you study at night?
Generally, a lot of people have achieved a lot of things in life by watching our streams and studying.
Ah. And Sagar Itachi says Dina Belankala just uploaded a video against Duda in which he told that Gukesh was his second for him for candidates 2022 and stopped cooperating after that. Are you serious? Minokawa says hi from Switzerland. Oh, Minokawa, love that. Of course, everybody loves Switzerland, but there is a place in that Biel or Biel as you pronounce it, and they have this amazing event in the month of July. Have you played that? Reti asked, hi Amrita, can Vaishali get a GM norm in this tournament? Can you explain what she needs to do for that? Yes, Vaishali can get her GM norm, but in the next 4 rounds, based on the whole calculation, there will be a requirement, like either she will need to do 2 out of 4 with about 2500 with an average rating players of 2500, or that kind of a thing. So we'll understand that. Shubi says, I try to play all the engine moves, but after 4 to 5 moves, it is showing around equality. That's a good update, Shubi. So what was the main thing here after e5 which you went for from black? Did you go for a5 or was it something else? Nandish says, don't understand when I lose one game, then continuously lose many games. And when I win one game, then continuously I win. There is one category of these players also who are having an amazing tournament, first half tournament, one loss, second half tournament gone, completely gone. It's a nerve control, nothing else. Nerve control. You're letting the result affect in some way. You see, already losing or winning is determining your future. You have to detach your results. Okay, I am having some suggestions, Sagar. But there are some very nice comments as well. Sour Cream says, hi Sagar, my name is James and I am in Qatar Masters Open. Seeing the games is wonderful. It is wonderful by seeing your live commentary and seeing the live games. Nice work. Please read my message. Oh, Sour Cream, thank you so much. That's so cool that you are already there. Okay, Minokawa. You can keep that as a target, but they have below 2000 rated also, the event with him. So, yeah, d5. Gukesh is thinking since what time? 8 minutes. And just look at him right now. So much focus. This is definitely an important moment. Let's say it doesn't even play a5. Okay. And as I was... Oh, he plays a5. This is at least an important thing to understand, that he needs to begin, which he has understood. And for white, for SL, once again, as Shubi said, yeah, she tried a few moves to be played which were Indian's best moves. And then she's saying that it leads to equality. So if I give queen e5 check, and the best move of Indian is king h6, okay, king h6 for whatever reason. And then there is d6. I think d7 is also in the air. So you go b4. You advance your pawn over here. Now the best move of the Indian is queen e3 check. Okay, queen e3. Now where is the king going to go? King takes h5, king h7, both the moves. But let's say natural seems like if you're winning a pawn, let's win the pawn. And suddenly there comes a check. King goes here and d7. This position, the Indian says white is clearly winning because the pawn has reached 7th rank. And I'm threatening a queen right now, or I will give some checks and then, I'll get the queen. My question is whether black has perpetual. So if I give a check from this diagonal anyway, then I have queen g2 with a return check. So that's not going to work. If you give me a check from c1, then again, very important in fact would be to put your king on h2 and not g2, because we need the square so that our queen can give a check, return check for any of these checks. And this way you have got out of actually any checks, because queen c7 check, there is this check. So this is a very nice pattern where the black king on the g file and your queen is ready for a return check. And if I go ba3 here, oops, sorry, there is a queen there. And if I try to stop your queen, let's say from d1, then queen goes to e6 with the idea of check and queen. And for black, he is not getting the perpetual. So that is one of the, just to understand how things can convert. Will require a lot of perfection from SL as well. Wait, the cameras have changed. Let me see if we have Gukesh there. No, we don't have it, but there we have Anish right now, walking and thinking. So that is one thing. And actually it is possible, no? Shubhi says actually I tried to put it on different engines. Sometime it is showing 1.5 or less better for white. But after sometimes it is changing. No, this is such an interesting position because even to what we saw right now were the best moves of the engine. Where yes, white is winning, but all those moves. Oh, look at this. This was the very first step for SL to make an important move at this point of time. Let's say if here he doesn't give this check, he is not even in that whole race. ऐसा नहीं है. Let's say if Sagar feels ऐसा नहीं है, so if let's say if
I think in this position, engines giving any advantage for queen e5 and all, I don't even see what logic, because it will keep on going up and down. So the main thing which I feel is white has to queen this pawn or this pawn. Black has to create his own passer. So clearly one or two checks are not going to make a huge difference unless there is a very big tactical point. Like queen e5, if I play king f7, what is the tactical point? Maybe that after d6, queen e7 check, d7 and d8 will come with check because the pawn controls this square.
Yeah, and then you have another edge pawn also, which can be the roof for the white king.
But if I go here,
like this,
d6, b4,
queen this is queen e3 check. Like let's say you go with the best. Queen e3 check is so difficult.
Yeah, but why? Why?
I will tell you that I've got the pattern. Why? The idea is simple. I'll tell you.
What if I take here?
Queen h3 check. That's the idea. And the idea is no return check. d7. That's the idea.
What no return check? Check?
I mean, no check. King h2. Ab kya karoge? That's I think this is one of the core pattern. Why white is even getting there.
Good.
So this is one of the core pattern, but apart from that, does white have any pattern is important? Yeah, I mean engine will say this best, that best, but if we try to understand deeper and simplify why it is better, we should be able to find it. Like both bar in exam we might get less marks, and then later after 10 years we look back and say, oh, that was a good reason for a good reason. you are always able to connect some good reason there, so we can have the good reason. And Edrogen says you have to look with table basis or it makes no sense to use engineer. You think so? But I do think we did very much learn one important pattern.
I think how many pawns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think 8-piece table base is there.
Yeah, for 8 pieces. By the way,
piece is there.
Important is Gukesh has gone king h6 because for king f7, d6 was, all the more scary to make this pawn, keep this pawn on h5. But SL is not thinking at anything. Like look at his time, 26 minutes 45 seconds.
He's tired.
And now look at his time. He's used only 27 seconds to make the next move, d6. Sagar says he's tired, which definitely seems like that. But b4, in fact, sometimes it's like you think, okay, this is going to end in a draw, and you're just playing and trying to make still the best moves, and suddenly you realize you're winning. After 40 moves, when we were looking at SL and he was like this, I'm sure there was some assessment mess up there for him. And now b4, Gukesh has just made the move very quickly. Will SL realize that to directly give a check over here, queen e3, or to take and then give a check over here? But either of the moves, because let's say if he Doesn't make any of the moves. What else? Guys, if you want to suggest a move for white which is anything else than these two moves, what are the moves which you feel like suggesting? Yeah, before it was a must. Gukesh had to play before because that at least, puts SL in a position where he has to make this accurate moves all the time. D7 is one move, Queen F6 is one move, even Queen F5. So yeah, if you go D7 here, let's say, direct blunder because you give a check and you collect the pawn. So it's a draw. If you go Queen F6 check, then there is King H5. And now in the same situation, we'll feel, oh, why not D7 here? Because I'm just going to make a queen. And I've also taken care of this F1. But no time, Queen D5 check, you still lose a pawn. Let's say you say, okay, let me just support this square and then I will go with the same idea. So if King H6 and now I will go D7, what's the big deal? Even I don't know what's the big deal in this difference, but we'll find out what's the big deal. Okay, their camera is back. So Queen C6 check over here. You've given a check. This time the queen cannot enter anywhere. The king has to, let's say the king goes to H2 like it. And here you have to stop this queen from the pawn from becoming a queen. So you give another check. Queen D6 check and this is stop. King, let's say I go H3 because I'm like going upwards there. And now for black, he's going to go B takes A3 where I've stopped your queen. You don't even have this check. Any check, in fact. In fact, any check. Wow, this is amazingly beautiful. No check here as well. And my pawn is also going to go to A2. It is extremely precise here, I would say. And it can be found unless black is having like a minute or something. It could be very hard, but otherwise it can be found. SL blundered. What did he play? So D6 was played after King H6 and B4. No, he's not played. After B4, SL is thinking here. But this is the main understanding. So I think an important understanding is to have the queen here, King H2, and your pawn is on D7. This pattern is winning for you. With the king on G file, of course. So that's the whole point, that the king on H6 will take this and after check it will have to go there. Because if you don't check, oh, he finds Queen E3. SL finds, no, he doesn't, sorry. He goes AB4. He goes AB4. Now Gukesh is going to take here without doubt with the A pawn. So as to maybe keep the checks in the hand. Queen C6 and Queen F1 and all those. So Gukesh will play AB4. And now SL needs to find Queen E3 check in order to, but is this clearly winning is the question. The bar may not understand. That is the question. Yeah, AB4 on the board. Let's see what he plays. Table base says winning now. Oh. Giri speculated for B4 blunder. Yeah, he takes the B4 pawn right there. Is Anish losing? Yes, Anish was losing, but let me update the bars there. Yeah, Anish is still very much losing. Vantika still fighting with Fedosiv worse position, but This is an important moment for SL, at least as per the engines. And in fact, staying here on the same position, the engine for queen, it's saying winning, because for queen e3, it is giving as, the weak engine is giving as plus 7.7. Even if it was a strong engine, it would still give then maybe plus 2 or 3 or at least. What do you think? Will SL play queen e3? Guys, a question to you. Will SL give this check when you have so many tempting checks over here? Or not just check, in fact, you also have king h2 or king g2, but I think that will land to b3. Like if you just go a move like king h2, oops, b3, and that's already like, I'm on this third rank of yours, you're on the third rank of mine, so it's an equal fight there. Maqsood watching Gukesh's game right now. SL looking in the air, wondering, maybe he's looking at queen e3 and he's thinking, is that winning? Oh, he's going towards his queen. Which check is he going to give? With his body language, it does seem queen e3 check. Doesn't seem like it's gonna go ahead. Sagar laughing at me. Yeah, Sagar has just taken a break and watching a movie right now. Where is Sagar? Yeah, he's watching Castaway. कुछ भी चल रहा है, कुछ भी बोल सकती हूँ मैं. Do not trust me. Okay, he was supposed to just play right now, but he's kind of once again confirming if his calculation is right. Itachi, no, Sagar is क्या मेरे ट्रैप में फंस गए. I think he's editing Magnus's video. Magnus's interview, which Aditya today took. "20 minutes on his clock." Okay, we have the video, so I'll just quickly come here again when he's about to touch his queen. Anish Giri, any chances? No, this is completely gone. Dead lost. In fact, if Anish's opponent plays queen e5 and SL plays queen e5, both are the... No, queen e3 there. But here queen e5 is winning. In fact, can you play queen f8? Queen f8 and d7. Yeah, that's also winning. Maqsoodlu, what's happening with him? Oh, Maqsoodlu is clearly winning. Oh, look at his king here. Super exposed king. No pawn there when there are queens on the board. Wow, what a position. Blundered नहीं यार, वो सोच रहा है, he's thinking. Eight queen and it's winning. So queen e7 and 8 queen, and I don't think there's perpetual here because queen h4 check, you have king, oh, king g2 blunder. Then there is perpetual. Look at this, so beautiful, no? There are two queens on the board. You're like a full queen up as of now. And after queen g4 check, if you go here or here, there is queen, oh man. I missed it, it's a mate. Shit. You have to be careful. Okay, so that would have been perpetual. So important is to go bishop h2, and if rook e1 is not possible, it's a pin. And if queen e1, king g2, queen e2, king h3, you will get out of the checks. Okay, what has SL Narayanan played? Oh, Queen F6 played. Like, even now, forget about whatever perfect play he had to find, but just at this moment, Indian says it's a draw. You have to either take here or King H7. One of the move is a big blunder. Guys, which move is a big blunder? King H7 or King H5? Which move is a big blunder? I think I showed it. I'm not sure. So understand the question. I've not asked you to give the right move. I've asked you to tell me which move is a blunder. राइट मूव तो सब ढूंढते हैं यार, ब्लंडर ढूंढो. ब्लंडर ढूंढोगे तो राइट मूव मिल ही जाएगा. दैट इज अ कूल आइडिया. फाइंड अ ब्लंडर. Okay, shall I see in the chat? Nice. 12 people. Absolutely right. Santosh, Arihan, Shubi, Chesscraze, PL, Sinan, someone, Mani, Sharad, and Anirban. Well done there. So, oh, he plays King H7, but King H5, but King H7 would be a big blunder because of Queen check there. You can't go here. There is a mate, and if you go here, then there is D7 with the similar idea that you're gonna be queening. Okay, but what he plays is King H5, and SL gives a check. And now this is once more important whether to go King H4 or King H6. But for sure, Gukesh will find it and he will go King H6. If he goes King H4, there is D7. And for after D7, you have a threat of check and queen. And if you try to give a check, stopping Queen F6, let's say I move my king away, and let's say you stop this queen. How is this winning? 1 second. Actually, though it's not so easy, right? Or can I say a lot is based on intuition? Or not really? It's all precise calculation. Very simple. In a very simple way. This is just calculation, guys. Quite simple pattern. Now that you've got the move, check. King G5. Check. And then you make a queen. So that's how it is winning. So that's the reason King H6, can the same thing be done? Like if you go D7, Queen C6 check, King G1, in the same scenario, Queen D6, absolutely same scenario. But the difference is, I am not getting this check. I'm not getting this check. As we saw this, a beautiful position where all these checks were covered. And if I give Queen H3 check, once again, I know you, I'll go King G7. Which check do you have now? You give this check, then my king to even come near and then I'll pick up this pawn. So you don't have time. You don't have time where you are getting a check and also supporting the queening square. You don't have their time. That's why King H4 would be a blunder, because that allows this check for the queening square. Either that check or somewhere from behind. Yeah, sorry, behind this check. So these are the two ways. So that's the reason. Oops, King H6 is important. Gukesh will find it, but the fact that, you know, he has to be alert. You see, he's taking time. It's been 3 minutes. Gukesh is thinking. King H6, why not Queen H3? Yeah, you can give Queen H3 check, but King G7, what do you have? Your pawn is still 2 steps behind. No, like you need to make this move, d7. And here may be a good question. What can black do? Black has to stop the queen. Earlier he was stopping from queen c6. Now he can stop from queen d4. And he stopped the queen and there is no check, you know. So that's the whole point. When this pawn is under attack, the king is eyeing to come near him. This pawn is there. You don't have time to give a check and control the queening square. Just as simple as it is. So queen e3 check, in fact, here was very, very important. Queen e3 check. It's very, especially this was truly a beautiful pattern that you push the king on the g file, and then your whichever check you get, you keep your king on h2, and then for a return check you have your queen. So yeah, okay, king h6 d7 played by SL. He's played direct d7 now, no check. Once again, what should Gukesh play? Let's ask the chat, because still tricky till the result is over. What should Gukesh play? I'm sure that it's not as queen h4, king g2 happened. Yes. He gave queen h4 check. Is that a blunder? No, it's because if he goes queen h4 and king g2, trying to understand this, queen e7, queen d5, threatening a queen, queen d8 bar, so forget it, it's just completely oh, but here queen e6, queen e8 is such a strong threat. Okay, in fact, queen c6, yes, queen c6 is important. Queen c6 here was important for Gukesh, and queen d6. This is what we have analyzed, controlling all the checks. This was the main position where we know it's a draw, but he gives a check, and maybe it's a blunder. I'm not sure if the computer understands, and if even we understand. But let's try to understand, because it might be a complete game changer here. King g2. That last moment, if he has missed this, then it is, yeah, very difficult endgame. Yeah, very difficult. He goes queen d8. Oops. This is clearly winning for white. That's what it is says, because white is fast. Queen e6 check. Just let's even make this very natural attempt to give this check. Where are you going to go? Either you go here or you go here. You don't have too many choices there. And let's say you try to go king g7, coming closer to king f8 and guarding queen e8 check. But oh my god, white to play. I am not sure if computer is going to tell me later that no, Amrita, that's not the best move. But here, white to play. What's the move? I can say it's impossible to find. But all those who believe that nothing is impossible for me may try. And in the meantime, we have got 14,07,885 subscribers. Guys, 15 people, if you can subscribe, we'll get 14,07,900 subscribers. That would be nice. Okay, let me check which move on the chat chess move is winning. Wow. Queen e8, then queen f5, then king f3, king f1, king h2, king g3. Guys, I've tried everything, but screenshot liya jaye. Only 2 people have found. No, I thought nobody found, but okay, at least 2 people have found. King h3, Angad and Venkatesh Das. That's the move. But you see, exactly queen e8. If you go, most natural move, queen e8. The problem is the queen comes out, gives a check, and you will get a perpetual. I believe You will get a perpetual. We'll look at it again. Queen e6 check has been given. But the move is king h3. Now, how do you think it is possible? How much do you think it is possible for Narayanan to find this only move? And firstly, why is it winning? One reason, one very simple reason is the idea is to go queen e8 and you don't have this check. Okay, so that is one reason, getting your king out of the check. So number two is black will say, oh, okay, let me go b3 because if you take this, I take, and let's shake hands and have a good rest day. So b3. But white is going to say, okay, I don't care even if you go forward in your life because I'm also going forward in my life. Queen e8. And now you don't have time to play b2. What do? There is no check. You're just too fast. b2 queen d8. And if you go b1 queen, still the pawn is gone, yeah? It all happened for nothing. And you land in this position where you have a pawn on 7th rank. It's a winning position. Because the move is with white. So queen e7 and queens. So king h3, basic idea is once you see that you can't go queen e8, there is a check, you next ask yourself to consider moving the king away. And there you start looking at the ideas with king g3 or king g1 immediately rejected. Gukesh lost. Done. No, I don't think. 1 second. I mean, is the game over or what? I doubt. I mean, he was losing, but let's see. But yeah, it was such an amazing position. What an amazing queen endgame. Brilliant. Yeah, totally brilliant. He resigned. Chess results. Yeah, chess results is very quick, yeah, in updating result. SL wins. That's what the news which we are getting, but I'll wait for a minute or two until it updates here as well. Or also look at chess results. Yeah. On chess results, the result is updated. SL Narayanan beats Gukesh, and by doing so, SL is literally the sole leader, 4.5 points. Man, that guy has played amazing chess, and finally, after all the roller coaster game today, finally he beats Gukesh. So Gukesh was just right there actually. And after king g7, I don't know, maybe of course with the resign, we can easily assess that SL would have found this move king h3. And yeah, maybe I can show you results, the chess results. So this game is over. I think king h3 and he would resign. Oh, Anish is laughing. And what happened to Anish's game? Because when Anish lost, and you see he's smiling and walking with his opponent, really nice to see, eh? Very nice to see. If you didn't know his position, you would be like, okay, Anish was smiling and laughing with his opponent, he would have won. And how does this guy do it? Karthik and Murli clearly winning with this double rook, but the king is these rooks are on the 7th rank. So yeah, this pawn is also very close. So Karthikeyan winning against Vishak. What else do we have? Anybody playing? Van Forest is still playing, and it's kind of equal. Leon. Oh, look at Leon's position with white. Rook and 3 pieces. Rook and knight. If anybody has chances, it's Leon. Like literally there are no chances, but if at all. Because this is anyway a draw, rook and knight. Pranesh is still playing. He's black. It's equal. I mean, it's unclear. But look at Pranesh's time. He's 28 minutes. And Suyarov has 1 minute 30 seconds. What about Vantika? Vantika clearly losing, same colored bishop. Yeah, and both these pawns very powerful. Arvind playing from black. Arvind is clearly better. Double bishop and 2 pawns up. Okay, so let's look at the results. I think it's time to do that. Hey, Gukesh is still playing. Who said it's over? In chess results, how did the result come then?
Chess results it's given.
Oh, because of delay. 15 minutes. But then they are uploading the results 15 minutes before. Killing all the suspense there. They should upload 15 minutes later. Because then we don't know, right? So actually, if I go back to Gukesh's game, in terms of moves, yeah, they were still playing here. Check. Queen e6. He went king g7 and SL finds king h3. He finds king h3 there. Hey. Yeah, no. Karthik says there are two Nodirbeg on right side dashboard. No, Karthik, that's not a wrong thing. There are two Nodirbegs who are playing. So, yes, next video, I think maybe a good idea would be that Sagar does for beginners perspective a video where he can explain some very basic features of opening encyclopedia and maybe see ChessBase 17. Very basic. All of them, how to combine, and that video can be a long term. That would be a nice thing. So
What I told him, no,
so at the end of the stream he might still, yeah, it might be. So let's see, let's wait. What about king f8 here? If you go king f8, I don't mind. King g4, that's a very good question though. You still, if you go b3 here, oh, this is a good question. Who asked? Mithun. Nice question. What should white play? Nice variation. What should white play? Being brilliant at chess says, oops. Today is the day of upsets. Narayan beat Guki. Afghanistan beats England. And Anish lost to Rudik. Yeah, but Narayan in this tournament has been playing exceptionally well. So actually we did think Gukesh is almost managed to draw, but yeah, there are these cases where you lose as well. Nice, lovely. Chat is amazing. That's the hall there. So what he played, yes guys, you are right. King f5 is a good move. That queen e8 was an old one, I believe. So king f5 is the right move. Where after king f5 you go b2, like not king g6, because here you have a queen with a check. So be very careful about that. But an important move would be queen f6, a very beautiful finish. You take, I take, you make a queen, but I make a queen with a checkmate. I'm making a queen and it's a checkmate. So, oh, that was the end, but he played b3, queen e8 was played, queen f6 and d8 queen, and Gukesh resigned over here. So, that is the result. Shall we go to chess results? So round 5 on Magnus beats Bharat, and on top boards Nakamura draw, very early draw, 3.5, only 3 boards were there actually. SL beats Gukesh and Arjun also drew. So everybody else on 4 there. In fact, Magnus 3.5 still, yeah. Maqsoodlu, Salim Maqsoodlu also on 4. Rudik also on 4. Abdul Sattarov on 4. Nadirbek on 4. Both Nadirbegs on 4 in fact. So it would be a lot of people on 4. Murli Karthikeyan is also on 4. So a very important result for him there. David Paravan they're playing. Temur Kuzubo is playing. Vaishali is on 4. By the way, Vaishali and Nakamura color is matching. Maybe some bit of chance, yeah, Vaishali versus Nakamura. That could be very interesting. Or even Vaishali versus Arjun could be possible. But that is a very big result today. Vaishali beating Shamshuddin Vokhidov, a 2-5-7-8 player. And to see Vaishali's rating performance here, you can see here 2773 is her rating performance. She is gaining 20.7 ELO points here. So as of now, her live rating, okay, there is Asian Games and all, so I don't know about that. But she's gaining 20 points. Aditya Mittal also on 4. So a lot of people are there on 4. If I have to check the ranking, have they? That's it. We can see here. So SL is in joint lead. Generally, the joint lead plays so in sole lead, generally the sole leader plays the top seed who is of the lower point. So in 4, it should be generally Nakamura versus SL Narayanan. So only unless they have played or if there is anything with colors sometimes. But otherwise, the pairing for Narayanan would be Hikaru Nakamura versus Narayanan. Hikamura. Nakaharu. Okay. So 3.5 we have Magnus, Gukesh, Aryan, Salim, Abhimanyu has joined 3. Yep. Huh? Sure. So that's it. Nihal is on 3. On 3, if you see the top players, there's Anish, Nihal, Fedosiv. But Fedosiv, who actually lost his first 2 rounds, has managed to win back-to-back three games. Chess Wizard says Vaishali will double the score. Nakamura 0. The Ramesh Babu's 2. Ramesh Babu's. Himang says Rudik is no ordinary IM. He's stronger than a lot of GMs, just like Aranya Ghosh. Oh, that's a very good information, Himang. Guys, how did you like Gukesh's endgame? Mitesh says this will affect Gukesh for FIDE circuit leader qualification scenario for candidates. He needs to finish in top 3. So the major fight is between him and Anish, and actually even Anish lost right now. So if you look at
there is also
Arjun. No, Arjun is following up, but first is Gukesh versus Anish. Wesley also. Oh right, he's playing in US Open. We can't forget him. So but where is Anish here? 3. Yes, he's on 3. Gukesh is on 3.5. I think they can't even think about the FIDE circuit points, at least while playing the games. Nakamura versus Narayanan would be epic, yeah. No, Deepak, we did notice that Murli Karthikeyan is on 4. It's a huge performance, if you see. If I'll just check his rating, he's 2611 and his performance has been 2693 and he's gaining 4.5 points. In fact, Vaishali drew with Karthik. Okay. What is with Nakamura? Nakamura's rating is 2780, performance 2780. So obviously rating would be almost like 0.3 here. And what about Gukesh? After losing today, yeah, minus 5.4. Okay, that's how it was. Oh, Nodirbek also is still in control, yeah. Nodirbek, 4 out of 5. For SL Narayanan, he's gaining 15 points. Now that is a huge number with 2651 rating. 15 points. And look at his performance, 29-39. I mean, that is his performance. Wow. Huge. Amazing. Oof. Wookie got too many chances there. No, I don't think he had too many chances at all. I mean, it was a very tough position. The queen endgame was already a very tough to understand, I would say, from both the sides. And it is no wonder that Gukesh went wrong, or even the possibility of say SL uh, at in between. He also did not play accurate. It's impossible to ask for accuracy towards the end over there in that position. But even the middle game, I think the way SL played was amazing. And Gukesh did try those moments of creating problems. He was quite successful, but the position was somehow it did not work today for him, and that is not normal. Normally it works with him. Rahul says Anand India number one again.
Oh.
Is that true? One second, let me check. So here we have the rating, but 15th on, yeah, yeah, it's updated. Oh, today he loses 6.5 points. Man, that's huge. Yes, Anand right now on 2746.6 and Gukesh on 2746.5. So that is 1.1 rating difference. And Anand is now world number 11 again. Gukesh world number 12. Oh, actually. Interesting. Okay, I think finally going to our board, just to make sure that yeah. So Sagar, are you going to be doing it, or maybe another video?
I'm actually doing. Do you want? Have you finished?
I mean, all the main games have finished. So
So if you're finished, then don't stretch. You can tell.
no, then I can show some 2-3 games are going on. Maybe 5 minutes I can show. Okay, so what? Okay, Dex. I think Sagar will join after 5 minutes. Mayur says Vaishali needs 2600 performance rating for the next GM norm, but also has to balance out all the FIDE requirements. Yeah. Okay, quickly going for only the games which are going on live, and if we find anything interesting, no, this is draw, but in fact, if at all, whites pawns, I'm not sure, but black, I doubt. Could try. Maybe draw is the right result. For Van Forest, oh, he's trying to press. In fact, it's opposite colored bishop. And pawns are equal, but clearly one pawn island for black, plus this razor sharp queen bishop battery. So there is this edge with Van Forest, and is it enough for him is a big question. So this is an interesting position right now going on. Pranesh, whoa, his games are very complicated, but the last move of white, No, rook b2, knight d2 check. And king c1 is important for Pranesh to go. But he has 31 minutes. King c1. He does have this advantage because of the pawn. Is it enough? Because a2 is coming, yeah, next. But yeah, what's the plan for a2 after king c1? Shouldn't Pranesh win this or have much more advantage? Wondering about that. How is Narayanan ahead of Carlsen and Nakamura? Because he has been beating his opponents. That's the reason. Okay, yes, 31 minutes is going to take a long time. Maybe. Sham Nikhil, he's also clear. He's also slightly better. CRG Krishna is winning against Karthik Raja. Song Yuxin is clearly winning in this position. So I think an interesting position could be Pranesh and Jordan Van Forest, because can Van Forest convert this opposite colored bishop? Looks very difficult. Has he made progress in the last few moves? Yeah, there have been a lot of pawn exchanges, so it's not like he's been trying to find a plan and all that. They have reached this position just very recently. Queen e1 and the king. There is no entry to the king right now. How do you progress? If you go queen c5, attack this. Do I support this like with queen? Can I go queen? Ah, sorry, that's a big blunder. Amrita loves blunders. If I go queen f1 and try to support this, then you have queen e3 entering, attacking this guy here, stopping queen e1 and queen f2, going king h4 next. Oh, if black gets king h4, g5, h5, g4, he should be winning because f3 is coming. So black needs to move the king and get. So why can't he do that over here after queen e1? Can black go king f5 with the idea of g5 and h5, or same with h5? Bishop f3, h5. But the king can get out and you don't have g5 because bishop h5. So this is important for white to do. So for white, if he goes bishop f3, king g2, most probably he should be in control and this queen has to take care. So he should actually not worry much about one of the pawns. Got it. Going to Pranesh, what did he play? After knight d2 check, he's still thinking. Rishabh says, rest day tomorrow, so no stream. Man, Mondays are already hard. Arey. Kal Monday bhi hai, rest day bhi hai. In fact, it should have been a Sunday and a rest day then, I would say. So, yeah, tomorrow is a rest day, guys. I completely forgot about it, that even the players need a rest day. In fact, also for SL Narayanan, imagining he's playing against Nakamura, that's a good amount of time he will get to prepare. And there we have Sagar Shah. The chat missed you a lot.
No, I was just editing the Magnus interview.
Did you upload it?
Yeah, it's rendering now. There were some parts to edit and so on. So yeah, very quickly I will show the opening encyclopedia. So just a second. You can take a rest if you want.
Yeah, I mean, Rudik beating
Okay,
Anish was a big surprise. Not a big one though. 2500s all are very strong already. We are seeing in Qatar Open.
Right. So this is the opening encyclopedia. One of our viewers, I hope he is here.
Dex, yeah, he's here. Man of multi-talent.
So here, if you have this, firstly there is an introduction, which is this. You can read it. It tells you a bit about what opening encyclopedia is. Then there are ideas for your repertoire. So when you go here, you have everything bifurcated by openings. So let's say if you want to look at Italian game, you can click on it, and then there are various moves which are given. So you can, let's say, choose this move, and then you will have um, this entire article written here. And when you click on the games, it will open an entire database with the full games. You can click here and then you can go through the analysis. So this is the advanced feature. So any top players here, they use this a lot because there are so many very interesting lines in all openings: Scotch, Petrov, Philidor, and all done by IMs and GMs. So if you look at, let's say, Elephant Gambit, which is not the best one, but okay, by some Peter Lisabin, and then he gives all the lines, and then when you click here, a game opens with analysis. So that way, these are for advanced things. Then you have opening videos. This is my favorite part, because here you can just click on any of this. For example, open games 1, e4, e5, and you have different openings by videos by different people. For example, you can click here.
My dear friends, welcome to this
And you
video.
have Kazim
My name is
Jano
Rustam
showing you,
Kasimjanov. I would like,
let's say, what is this? Some
and here,
ideas in the
one
Rui
of the main
Lopez.
moves is Bishop E6, and I was quite shocked to discover that this position, D4 takes, was played back.
So you can look at these videos. They are different openings like e4, e5, then semi-open games you have here. Very interesting people have done, like Ponomario, Rager, Mihail Marin, Ivan Sokolov, Robert Riss. Then you have semi-open games part 2, Karo Khan, Alekhine Defense, Scandinavian, many different things. Then English opening you have here, people. Then opening traps, new thing by Rainer Knack. Very interesting openings here.
This video clip is all about the
You can
move
learn
knight
through this.
e4.
So these are the videos. I think this you will find useful. It's not that advanced. I mean, even if it's advanced, it's explained. I think this part you will love the most, which is opening tutorials, because when you click here, all openings are explained in very short term, like short, what is the King's Gambit, not for the faint hearted, and just a quick summary. So then you have all the here you will find all the advanced detailed variations. But if suppose you sitting and you're like, oh, I want to know what is the semi-Slav, so then you can go in semi-closed openings with 1 d4, or maybe closed openings, and here you will see semi-Slav. You can click here and you will like, if white continues in the diagram with bishop d3, then dc4 leads to Meran, and small sort of thing here for each opening. So if you go through it, you will get a very good idea of different openings, different lines in short that is given. Like Rosolimo, if you want to know, then this is where you will get to know. Okay. Lastly, there is ECO list. This is for people who, like, from olden years, all openings used to be in A00 to E99. That way A01, A02, A03, B0, and so on. And many players know it by ECO list. So if you want to search openings through ECO, but now it's not needed because you have this through this open games, semi-open games, and so on. Games database are all the games in the database. So these are all annotated games. You can just go in here, check. You can search by position. So for example, let's say today's game of Magnus was e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, d3, h6. I think it was c3, d6, castles, and g6. Suppose if it was this way, then I would click here. I would go to advanced, and I would say position, copy board, and I would search here. So then there are 5 games along with annotations. So I will get more ideas about this line, how to play with black and white and so on. So this can be also very useful for a specific opening. Search by position with annotation. Yeah, what else is there? Where is it? Where did it go? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, and all in one. What is all in one? All in one 2012. It's something new actually. I'm not aware of. I think this is something new that has begun. So maybe there's about Scotch Gambit here. Looks like a survey only. Okay. Anyway, I think this much information should be good. Let's see if our friend who had asked for this is he here. Dex video says I was overwhelmed by analysis. Dex video, did you find this useful? What should I do as beginner? As I mentioned, uh, go through this material, opening tutorials. I think that will be very useful for you. How can you make opening repertoire with these games? So as I said, like for example, you have to choose some openings. If you like, let's say playing any opening, then you can search those games here in the games database. Like if you like playing e4, c6, d4, d5, then you can put this one here, and then you can do control F, which is opens the filter, position, copy board, and then you search, and then you get all e4 c6 games which you can build. But already, I mean, it's not so trivial to build a repertoire. How much does it cost on ChessBase India? I think it's 3,000 plus GST. I feel like this is one of the best resources out there to learn openings. I recently was in Odisha, and one of the players whom I met was like, he was a coach, and he said, I just ask my students to get this, and they prepare for their national championships and all using this. So yes, it's one of the finest products of ChessBase, and you can check it out. Okay, guys, I hope useful. It was useful for you. Thank you so much for staying back. I need to go and update the video of Magnus interview. You can go and watch that. And also, I believe there's another stream which will start of Judith Polgar's chess festival. From there, they've been very kind to share the stream with us, so you can enjoy it. It is called Chess Triathlon. Yes, Sachin, always doing something is useful for your own, um, rather than watching and reading, like interactive. That's why in Chess Ranga we have made it very interactive. I have always found when you make the moves with your hand, or when you have to sort of think, is when you improve. Okay, thank you guys. See you. Bye bye.